The House will come to order. Please stand for the presentation of colors by the Colorado National Guard and the national anthem, which will be sung by Ms. Lisa Cooley.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Today, I welcome all of our legislators who have served in the military down to the well to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Thank you to Specialist Hunter Pasamenik, Staff Sergeant Andrew Klotz, Staff Sergeant Trevor McKinnon, and Specialist Michael Whitehall for presenting the colors. Thank you to our singer, Miss Lisa Cooley, and thank you to Staff Sergeant Ryan Dupuy from the 101st Army Band. A round of applause, please. I now direct your attention to a slideshow to thank our members for their service.
I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God.
Members, a round of applause for Representative Holtorf's efforts in putting that together. Thank you. And may I pay tribute to Colonel Richard Holtorf, United States Army, retired, Akron. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Marshall, United States Marine Corps, retired, Highlands Ranch. Corporal Matthew Martinez, United States Marine Corps, Monte Vista. Captain Mike Lynch, United States Army, Wellington. Second Chief Warrant Officer David Ortiz, United States Army, Littleton. Specialist Don Wilson, United States Marine Corps, Monument. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Hartsook, United States Army, retired, Parker. Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Parenti, United States Air Force, retired, Erie. Captain Gabe Evans, United States Army, Brighton, and Sergeant First Class Ryan Armagost, United States Army and United States Marine Corps, retired, Berthoud. Another round of applause. Mr. Schiebel, would you please take the roll for us today?
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld.
Here.
Basenecker is excused. Bottoms,
Here.
Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Representative Catlin,
Excused.
Clifford, no, he's here. Rep. Clifford, Doherty. DeGraff.
Here.
Degree Kennedy. Duran. English. Epps.
Here.
Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Froelich. Garcia. Hamrick. Hartsook. Hernandez. Herod is excused. Holtorf. Judah.
Here.
Joseph. Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Luck.
Here.
Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Marvin. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin.
Present.
Ortiz. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Rutinel.
Here.
Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Story. She's on the wall. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
With 62 present, 3 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is such an honor to serve with you.
It is such an honor to serve with you.
So, friends, for my last day of my week of moving the journal duties, I want to share one last tidbit about my fair city of Colorado Springs with you, and it is still Black History Month, so it's a Black History double. If you went and saw the movie Black Klansman, you might have heard about Ron Stallworth, who thwarted an act of domestic terrorism by the Klan in Colorado Springs. That is a true story that actually happened in our city. He's a local hero. Madam Speaker, maybe that'll get a yes vote. We'll give it a try. I'll move the Journal of Thursday, February 8th, 2024, to be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Thank you so much, Rep. Vigil, and in honor of our guests, I will ask for all those in favor to say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. So it'll be on like the next page. Okay.
Members, we will stand in a brief recess, waiting for our colleagues from the Senate. It is 9:20. I anticipate that we will be gaveling back in at 9:30. The House will stand in recess. Members and guests, please take your seats. We are about to come back to order. Thank you, members. We know our senators are on their way to join us. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, each resolution will be read by title, moved by the House sponsors, and a short description will be read. We will then take a recorded vote and ask for co-sponsors on each resolution. We will do this for all 10 resolutions. Once we finish taking action on the resolutions, we will recess to allow comments from the House and Senate sponsors of each resolution. Each House and Senate sponsor will speak a total of 5 minutes together. And those who wish to support the resolution, please feel free to come and stand in support in the well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1007.
House Joint Resolution 1007 by Representatives Ortiz and Wilson, also Senators Simpson and Michelson-Janae, concerning recognition of military veterans and POW MIA Appreciation Day.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 24-1007 and ask for the short description to be read.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, are committed to honoring, supporting, and paying tribute to those who have made great sacrifices. We recognize the rich military heritage of Colorado, alongside the notable contributions of its service members, underscores the presence of diverse military installations in the state, along with more than 47,000 active duty personnel, veterans, and their families. As an assembly, we are dedicated to addressing our servicemen and women, our veterans, our POW MIAs, and their families, and extending to them our sincerest gratitude, support, and prayers.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1007. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? Representative Bockenfeld, you are on mute.
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Did you say Epps?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative Lukens? Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 10007 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Rootnell, Judah, Story, Bottoms, McLaughlin, Bockenfeld, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1008.
House Joint Resolution 1008 by Representatives Martinez and Lynch, also Senators Lundin and Marchman, concerning honoring Gold Star families.
Representatives Martinez and Lynch,
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
and an honor to serve with you.
I move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1008, and I ask for the short description to be read.
Mr. Shebel, please read the description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to the recognition of Colorado Gold Star families that serve as a living legacy, helping us remember and honor fallen soldiers by name. Recognize that Gold Star families originated from the tradition of hanging service banners with stars in windows, where gold stars replace blue ones for fallen members. Recognize over 1 million American soldiers who have died in battle and military conflicts since the Revolutionary War, and the families who have lost loved ones in service. The Colorado General Assembly acknowledges the pride and pain of Gold Star families, expressing profound gratitude and respect.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1008. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1008 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Rootnell, Bockenfeld, Judah, Story, McLaughlin, Bottoms, DeGraff, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1009.
House Joint Resolution 1009 by Representatives Morrow and Winter, also Senators Henriksen and Pelton R., concerning the 56th anniversary of the capture of the USS Pueblo by North Korea.
Representatives Morrow and Winter.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of HJR 241009 and ask for the short description to be read.
Mr. Shebel, please read our description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to honor the service of the U.S. Navy ship USS Pueblo, named in honor of the city of Pueblo, Colorado, and captured by North Korean forces in 1968. Recognize the sacrifice of Navy fireman Dwayne Hodges, who was killed defending his ship, as well as the suffering of the 82-person crew during 11 months of captivity in North Korea, and address the continued captivity of USS Pueblo in North Korea, and continue to call for the return of the USS Pueblo to the United States.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1009. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Rootenel, how do you vote? Representative Rootenel votes yes. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1009 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bockenfeld, Bottoms, Epps, McLaughlin, Story, Judah, Rootenel, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1010.
House Joint Resolution 1010 by Representatives Weissman and Taggart, also Senators Gardner and Janal, concerning honoring Colorado veterans on the 79th anniversary of the end of World War II.
Representatives Weissman and Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1010, and we ask for the short description to be read.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to honoring the service and sacrifices of members of the greatest generation who witnessed horrors the world has scarcely seen since. Recognize the over 250,000 Coloradans who served in World War II from 1941 to 1945, and the nearly 3,600 who gave their lives that others might live freely, and address the ongoing challenges veterans of World War II and all wars and conflicts experience when they conclude their service and reintegrate into civilian life.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1010. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rootenel, how do you vote? Representative Rootenel votes yes by signifying with a thumbs up. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1010 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Judah, Story, Bottoms, McLaughlin, DeGraff, Rootenel, co-sponsor. Representative Bockenfeld, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1011.
House Joint Resolution 1011 by Representatives English and Bacon, also Senators Exum and Fields, concerning recognition of African American veterans.
Representatives English and Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1011 and ask that the short description be read.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to honoring the service of African American soldiers who have answered the call to duty with honor and distinction throughout every conflict. Recognize that despite facing discrimination, segregation, and systemic barriers, African Americans have persevered, breaking down barriers and paving the way for future generations. Let us remember the work of Colonel James Harvey, affectionately known as the first Top Gun, or the first U.S. Air Force jet fighter pilot to fly combat operations in the Korean War. Colonel Harvey recently celebrated his 100th birthday and continues to motivate future generations.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1011. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1011 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Judah, Story, Bottoms, McLaughlin, Epps, Rootnell, DeGraff, co-sponsor. Bockenfeld, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1012.
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representatives Lukens and Holtorf, also Senators Will and Roberts, concerning honoring the 10th Mountain Division of Colorado.
Representatives Holtorf and Lukens.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1012 and ask that the short description be read.
Mr. Shebel, please read the description.
Tucked high in a mountain valley south of Minturn in Eagle County, Colorado, Camp Hale was the home base for the renowned World War II 10th Mountain Division, an elite U.S. Army mountain warfare unit, comprised of thousands of troops who trained intensely to acquire rock climbing, skiing, and other vital mountaineering skills necessary to battle within harsh, high-altitude winter conditions. The Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument will serve as a reminder of the 10th Mountain Division and their sacrifice for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, hereby memorialize the 10th Mountain Division and declare our appreciation for the newly designated Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1012. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1012 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Judah, Story, Bottoms, McLaughlin, Rootnell, co-sponsor. DeGraff, Bockenfeld, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1013.
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representatives Velasco and McLaughlin, also Senators Simpson and Danielson, concerning honoring and recognizing the military service and contributions of Native American veterans and communities.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of Resolution 1013 and ask that a short description be read.
Mr. Shebel, please read our description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, honor the disproportionately high military service, sacrifice, and patriotism of Native American veterans, that we recognize the indispensable contributions of Native Americans in advancing United States interests, military successes, and global stability, often as the United States government failed to fulfill its federal trust responsibility and protect tribal treaty rights, lands, and resources, and that we commit to addressing the unique hardships and inequities faced by Native American veterans, service members, and Gold Star families, as well as upholding our nation's solemn responsibilities to support the indigenous communities and tribes that continue to serve our country as well as they have since our nation's founding.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1013. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rutnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutnell votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1013 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Representatives Judah, Story, Epps, DeGraff, Rutnell, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1014.
House Joint Resolution 1014 by Representatives Hartsook and Marshall, also Senators Pelton B. and Hendrickson, concerning recognition and remembrance of Colorado military veterans who served in the Persian Gulf War.
Representatives Hartsook and Marshall. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the adoption of House Joint Resolution 24-1014, and it be read.
Thank you. Mr. Shebel, please read our description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to honoring the service of those that served in the Gulf War, recognize the sacrifice of the 143 members of the United States Armed Forces, including 3 Coloradans, who were killed in action over the course of the Persian Gulf War, and express our heartfelt gratitude to those who served and sympathy to the families of fallen members.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1014. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? Representative Bockenfeld will come back to you. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rutnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutnell votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1014 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Representatives Judah, Story, Bottoms, McLaughlin, Epps, Rutnell, Bockenfeld, DeGraff, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1015.
House Joint Resolution 1015 by Representatives Rutinel and Evans, also Senators Rodriguez and Pelton B, concerning recognition of the contributions of Latina and Latino veterans.
Representative Evans and Rutinel.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 24-1015 and ask for the short description to be read.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to honoring the historic contributions of Hispanic, Latina and Latino, Chicana and Chicano veterans to the U.S. military, recognize the sacrifices of Hispanic, Latina and Latino, Chicana and Chicano veterans and their families, and address the continuing needs of Hispanic, Latina and Latino, Chicana and Chicano veterans and their families.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1015. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rutinel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutinel votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1015 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Judah, Story, Bockenfeld, Epps, McLaughlin, Rutinel, DeGraff, co-sponsor. Representative Bottoms, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1016.
House Joint Resolution 1016 by Representatives Wilford and Armagost, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Buckner, concerning recognition and remembrance of Colorado military veterans who served in the Vietnam War.
Representatives Armagost and Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1016 and ask that a short description be read.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, recognize that Vietnam veterans did not receive the warm welcome home they deserved and experienced unprecedented health issues as a result of exposure to Agent Orange and other various herbicides and defoliation chemicals. Express our appreciation for the fortitude of Colorado veterans, their activism on behalf of fellow veterans, their patriotism, their accomplishments and contributions, and the leadership they have shown their families, community organizations, and the state, and encourage all Coloradans to remember that sacrifices made by Vietnam veterans and the burdens they and their families continue to bear.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1016. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Rutinel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutinel votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1016 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Judah, Story, Bottoms, Epps, McLaughlin, DeGraff, and Rutinel, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Thank you, members. We will now proceed to allowing both our representative and senator prime sponsors speak to the resolutions we have now voted on. The House will stand in a brief recess. It won't be so brief, will it? We will stand in a healthy, good recess to allow everyone to speak.
Let the senators go first. He wants to get us out of the way. Really? Yeah.
Where did Cleve go?
Yeah, where did Cleve go?
He was here a minute ago.
Members, thank you. Appreciate our transition. We will go in order of the resolutions as they were presented and voted upon. Thank you. Senator Michelson-Jeannet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an honor it is to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I haven't gotten to say that this year. That's a very exciting thing
A
to say.
delight to hear it from you again. Members, we are beginning. I ask you please to keep your voices down and take your seats. Thank you. Senator Michelson-Jeannet, please proceed.
Thank you, members, for hearing our words, our brief words today on Military Day. I stand before you as the mother of an active duty Marine who just made warrant officer, which is very exciting. We are talking about a kid who got expelled from school his senior year of high school. His senior year of high school, he got expelled, had to work his way back and beg the Brighton Police Department not to press charges. And today he is a warrant officer and the parent of 2. My young grandson, Callahan, was just born last week. So the military is a tradition in our family. My grandfather served in World War II. My father served in Vietnam era. My husband served in Operation Desert Storm. And now our son is serving in active duty during a time of conflict in the world. And there isn't a day that goes by that I don't thank the Lord that he is not a prisoner of war, that he is not missing in action. And our hearts and our family are solidly with the families of those who are missing their loved ones and who don't know what the outcome will be. And I just wanted to say we keep you all in our hearts and in our prayers, and thank you so much for your service.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my co-sponsors for co-sponsoring this with me. I want to thank the Senator for her son's service. Myself, a veteran of the Marine Corps, I know what that means. And I think we often forget how much that has to do with forming who we are, from where we started to where we are, and where our country started and where we are today. So thank you, and it's my honor to appreciate our veterans and our POWs and MIAs.
Representative Ortiz.
Members, just going to give you a little background for those that don't know. The practice of remembering POWs and MIAs was established through proclamation signed by President Jimmy Carter in 1979. National POW MIA Recognition Day is actually commemorated across the nation on the 3rd Friday of September. So a phrase we say often to remember the fallen, prisoners of war, and those missing in action is never forgotten. I'm not exactly sure what that phrase conjures up in the minds of someone that has never served, but for me, it brings up memories, experiences, faces. And I'm filled with an honorable obligation, a sacred duty, one that I fervently carry with me in all that I am and in everything that I do, and that is to remember. Regardless of the era of service or never having personally known those missing in action or taken prisoners, I know them. They are family. I might not have trained with them, but I know their training. I might not have known their conflict or saw combat with them, but I know conflict and combat. This is one of the intangibles about being a service member that links us all together. There is a collective memory, a collective experience, a collective heritage and family, a brotherhood and sisterhood that bonds us all together. I don't have to personally know them. They are family. In a way, I am them and they are me. This is part of what is amazing about serving in our armed forces. We come from backwood rural areas, densely populated cities. Yes, the military does, in fact, bridge the rural-urban divide. We come from all faiths and no faiths, all cultures, Americans, migrants, all sexual orientations, and all political
Representative
stripes.
Ortiz, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. But something that bonds us together is that service. And so when we do serve, we carry that sacred obligation with us. We know that at any time that could be us. We know that at any time that could be our family members waiting to hear news, waiting to hear back, fighting for the return of our body. And that is something that each of us will carry with us until our last breath, until that's passed on to the next generation of veteran and service member. It is something that we gladly do and we gladly honor. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Would the sponsors for House Joint Resolution 1008 please come to the well?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Representative Lynch, it is an honor to serve with you.
Members and guests, this resolution speaks to the real reason that we ever honor veterans. And that is because when you sign up to serve, what you're really saying is you're saying, today I am willing to give my life for this country. The Gold Star families are those that have lost a loved one, and they have to continue living with that pain and that sacrifice every day. We cannot, in this society, do enough to honor those families. Today, I would be remiss if I didn't share the story of a friend of mine that created a Gold Star family that is still very active today in supporting our military veterans. This is a classmate of mine from West Point by the name of Stephen Reich. And he was actually a really good baseball player, so good that he was going to play pro ball and was with the Baltimore Orioles. But when his country called him and said, "We need you to go do what you know how to do for this country," he answered that call. He answered that call, left the promise of a professional baseball career, and went off to Afghanistan in 2005, June 28th. And he was on the mission that a lot of you may know about that inspired the movie Lone Survivor. We lost 16 special operators that day. In an attempt to just save 4, we lost 16. And it's those individual stories of citizens that gave their life that we need to remember every time we go to honor veterans. We need to also honor those families that deal with their loss every day. Thank you.
Representative Martinez,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
and an honor to serve with you.
I won't say much because Representative Lynch did a really good job of explaining really what Veterans Day and really what the sacrifice is. I just like for everybody to think that, you know, your having a family, and everybody, when you go off to war, your family puts up a blue a banner, and it has a blue star on it. And when you see those gold stars, it means something different. Those families have lost someone that they sent off. That's someone that they saw off on the parade deck or on the bus and didn't return home. And then those families have to live with that forever. I've lost friends as well in these current conflicts, and one in particular that from my hometown that I was really close with their family. While we weren't in the same unit, we served at the same time. Sergeant Glenn Martinez. That has lasted with their family, and they take that and they try to tell his stories and tell really his life every day. And so just remember that when you're driving around and you see a banner with a gold star, just know that those families have lost someone, and show them some appreciation and respect for their sacrifice to this country.
Senator Marchman, we do have a minute and a half remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we honor our Gold Star families who've borne this unimaginable weight of loss, having sacrificed their loved ones in the defense of our nation, the protection of our families, I'm honored to be here today. One thing I wanted to note is every last Sunday in September is Gold Mother's Day. And so it's a nice day to honor the mothers who have lost. I will speak about a Berthoud High School graduate, Gabe Condi. We've got as part of US Highway 287 named for him. He died in 2018. And then Nick Walsh is named. The Fort Collins Veterans Plaza has his name on it. So just want to honor all the families and remember the moms and dads and the families of the Gold Stars.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand also in acknowledgement of the Gold Star families. I associate myself with the comments that you have heard. And I would call out that the people of Colorado have, by resolution, by initiative placed in the ballot and in the Constitution, decided that it is the unified voice of the people of Colorado, that they too honor the families that have lost someone in the service of our country. We have in our Constitution now a tax benefit for the families, the Gold Star families, the families who lost someone, who paid the highest price in service and protection of our country. Thank you for joining in this honoring ceremony today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you all. Members, we invite House Joint Resolution 1009 sponsors to the well. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I'd like to take a little time and just thank all of our military personnel, active, and our veterans, and those that have taken the ultimate sacrifice. We are here today for the USS Pueblo, which is still being detained in North Korea, and ask again for the call of its return, as it is a very rich part of Pueblo and Colorado, and thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to say that it's an honor to represent part of Pueblo. It is the home of heroes, and if you ever get a chance, please go see the display in the museum that they have for them. It's really nice, and it's an honor to be standing up here and representing that part of the state.
Senator Heinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I rise to give honor to the memory of Naval Fireman Dwayne Hodges. Fireman Hodges was the only U.S. fatality during the capture of the USS Pueblo. The USS Pueblo was captured in international waters in the Sea of Japan. On board was a not insignificant amount of classified documents containing the locations of other U.S. assets and troops, including those much further south engaged in the war in Vietnam, which were unknown to the North Korean government or our Vietnamese adversaries. As North Koreans rendered the USS Pueblo inoperable, boarded the ship, and began taking U.S. crew members captive, Fireman Hodges was furiously destroying those classified documents. Hodges was shot while engaged in this destruction, but not before completing the task. His actions undeniably kept other U.S. forces in the area safe from further attacks that day. He was awarded the Silver Star. He was a native of Cresswell, Oregon, and he was 21 years old.
Senator Pelton. Thank you, members. Would those sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1010 please proceed to the well? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to serve with you.
It is an honor and privilege to serve with you.
Corporal John Merrick Taggart, Sr., decorated in World War II with 2 Brown Stars and a Purple Heart. My dad. He would be 99 years old next month, but I lost him way too early. Please, you guys scare me when you stand. A man who grew up on a dairy farm. A man who went off to war at 19 years old. In Tom Brokaw's Greatest Generation book, he is the epitome of that veteran. Never wanted to talk about the war at all. He came home under the GI Bill and became the valedictorian of Clarkson College, one of the finest engineering schools in the world. And then he proceeded to have 6 children. His eldest son, standing here, is John Merrick Taggart, Jr. I hated the word junior, but today it means a great deal to me. Folks tell me that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. A man of honor, a man of discipline, a man of incredible intelligence. I miss you dearly. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Members, I wanted to reflect on just 3 things. First is how few veterans of the World War II era are still with us. According to the National World War II Museum, 16.1 million people served, 119,000 remain alive. That's 0.75% of the many. In my case, I had both grandfathers, 2 great uncles, long gone, unfortunately. If you're lucky enough to still know a World War II veteran in your life, family or friends, excuse me, don't miss the chance to learn from them. Second, we should note the extraordinary things that many veterans of that war went on to accomplish subsequently. If you read the resolution in full, you'll see the reference to then Captain, Felix Sparks, who later had a distinguished career in Colorado in law and in water policy. Then, as now, brutal times and dire needs summon the greatest capacities of the human spirit. And finally, we should reflect on what can come from a sense of shared purpose in and after that war. We collectively sacrificed during the war in a way that we have been fortunate to not have to since then. And we continue to try to hang together after the war through the GI Bill, through investing in infrastructure like our highways. So that as the last living links from that era pass on from us, I hope that we nonetheless continue to remember the spirit of shared sacrifice and shared commitment and how we need to bear that spirit in mind to attack the biggest problems that face us today as well. Thank you.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's an honor to be here with you. And
Honor to serve with you as well.
To serve with you as well. Thank you. Just to add to, my dad, Joseph T. Janal, United States Navy, World War II, South Pacific, communication ship, and thank you to everyone who served. And of course, we are here to remember the American lives that are lost in World War II. We're reminded of the immense sacrifices made by our veterans in defense of freedom and democracy. It's a solemn duty and a profound privilege to honor their memory and to pay tribute to their extraordinary courage. Over 70 years ago, in the face of tyranny and oppression, millions of Americans answered to that call to serve. According to the National World War II Museum, as of April 2023, there were still 2,699 World War II veterans living in Colorado. And though that number may have changed in the time since, that is still 2,699 reasons and 2,699 opportunities to show our appreciation for what they did for us and for the world. And we must never forget the sacrifices of those who gave their lives in the pursuit of a world free from tyranny and oppression.
Senator Janal, we do have 1 minute remaining.
To the veterans of World War II and to the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice, we offer our deepest gratitude and respect. May their legacy live on forever.
Thank you. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to do 1941 to 1945 in a couple of minutes. This generation, as my colleague notes, is disappearing quickly. My father and all of my uncles who fought in what I knew in my childhood as the war are gone now. But in this period, let me call out some locations from Pearl Harbor to the Aleutians, North Africa, to Europe, Normandy, the Battle of the Bulge, Iwo Jima, Saipan, Corregidor, sea battles in Midway, air battles in which we placed 10,000 men in the air in one morning. The national commitment and sacrifice for our generation by the greatest generation, relieving the world from tyranny and making the world that we know today. And the relative peace, as much as we see war, the relative peace we know today, we owe that generation forever in America. We owe that generation. And I'm pleased to stand and honor them, and thank you for voting for this resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Would the sponsors for House Joint Resolution 1011 please proceed to the well? Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. I'm honored to stand before all of you who have served, and it's an honor to serve with all of you as my colleagues. My name is Jennifer Bacon. I am granddaughter of Frank C. Bacon, Brigadier General, retired, United States Army. I asked my grandfather why he served in World War II in Korea, and then from the early days of Vietnam. And he said, like so many other African Americans, he felt that he was trapped in the segregation of this country. And he thought, like so many others, that he wanted to prove his worth as a person and as a citizen. Service was a very visible way to demonstrate that. Service was also a way to recapture some dignity and manhood by way of rank and other benefits. He served with other outstanding Black individuals who all had the same goal of being the best that they could be to prove their equality and worth to their white neighbors in society and in general. I think he said that he hoped that their service would open the door for other African Americans in the future. And I'm honored to be his granddaughter and standing in front of you all today.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed veterans, and honored guests, today we pay tribute to the heroic contributions of African American veterans, exemplified by the presence of a distinguished figure among us, Colonel Harvey.
His excellence as a Top Gun embodies the spirit of bravery, leadership, and dedication that has defined the service of African American servicemen and women throughout our nation's history. Colonel Harvey's achievements highlight the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen whose valor in the face of adversity paved the way for future generations. These trailblazers have shown us that courage transcends race, and their sacrifices have played a pivotal role in advancing the cause of equality and justice within our military and our nation. As we honor Colonel Harvey and the Tuskegee Airmen, let us also remember the countless African American veterans who have served our country with distinction. Their stories of perseverance and patriotism continue to inspire us all. Thank you. Please join me in acknowledging and recognizing Colonel James H. Harvey III, who is 101 years old, on the floor with us today.
Thank you. Senator Exum, we have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 365,000 African Americans active duty and reserve military members, being 17% of our total military force. And right now, black women outnumber black men in every branch of the military and in the Army by 2 to 1. All these American heroes deserve our recognition and our thanks. And I stand here in honor of my older brother, who passed away in 2006. He served in the Vietnam War in 1969 with the 82nd Airborne. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I want to start by just with a spirit of gratitude. I want to say thank you. Thank you on this military day. It reminds me how proud I am to be an American. I am a daughter of a soldier, a sergeant major, who served over 30 years in the U.S. Army. I uniquely recognize his unfailing duty and service and devotion to the United States of America. As a daughter, I know what it's like to experience those long deployments where my mom and I could not be with him when he was serving in Korea, 2 terms in Vietnam, and those were difficult separations. But on this day, we want you all to know that the state of Colorado will never, ever forget your sacrifice to this nation and to our state. So to all those who are serving in uniform today, I just want you to know that I believe it's a great privilege for me to stand before you to recognize your service. So today in this chambers, we salute you and we honor you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Would those sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1012 please proceed to the well? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you and the rest of my colleagues in this chamber.
It is an honor to serve with you.
As this resolution emphasizes, the 10th Mountain Division was crucial to the Allies' success in World War II. Its founding began right here in our Rocky Mountains. This training was instrumental in preparing the 10th Mountain Division troops to navigate the Italian Alps and other high-altitude regions across Europe on the road to Berlin. There's something unique about Coloradoans and about the 10th Mountain Divisions, as its legacy started in the Rocky Mountains of our great state. Camp Hale, which lies between Red Cliff and Leadville in Eagle Park, at an elevation of 9,200 feet, was constructed in 1942 to train the United States' first mountain warfare unit, the 10th Mountain Division. Every branch of the military has a domain. Every division in the Army has a domain. The 10th Mountains Division was to train and fight in the most uncompromising and rugged mountainous terrain and to be deployed around the world to defend the United States Constitution. The 10th Mountain Division fought in Europe for 144 days. They fought and defeated the German Gothic Line, which was supposed to be impenetrable in the Italian Alps. This allowed the Allied forces to advance through Europe. The extensive training that the 10th Mountain Division had right here in our Rocky Mountains of Colorado prepared them for these difficult missions, and they ultimately captured Riva Ridge in February of 1945. This allowed the Allied forces to break through and advance on their road to Germany. The 10th Mountain Division's work in World War II was crucial to the success of the Allied forces and the preservation of our Western way of life. I would like to thank all the members who served today. I would like to thank all the members who have served in the past. I had the privilege of being assigned to the 10th Mountain Division in 2005 and 2006 and deploy to operate in support of Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. It is a privilege to serve as a mountain warrior, and it is a privilege for those of you who have been assigned to the 10th Mountain Division to climb to glory. Thank you.
Representative Lukens, you have 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, today the legacy of the 10th Mountain Division is felt not just in the Western Slope, but throughout the entire state. Members of the 10th Mountain Division founded some of the most beautiful recreation resorts in the state. We can thank them for Vail, Aspen, Cooper, and Arapahoe Basin. Along with the resorts that we all know and love, the 10th Mountain Division Hut Association has maintained the training facilities and huts throughout the mountains that every Coloradan has the opportunity to enjoy. As an avid backcountry skier myself, I have stayed in a few of the 10th Mountain Division huts. Camp Hale's location has remained a treasure due to its historical, environmental, and spiritual significance. On October 15, 2022, President Biden designated Camp Hale as a national monument during his very first use of his powers under the Antiquities Act to designate the new national monument. The National Monument at Camp Hale will protect our environment by preserving hundreds of thousands of acres of critical wildlife, stunning mountains, and beautiful rivers that are essential for recreation, conservation, and our Colorado way of life. Furthermore, the National Monument will forever memorialize the legacy of the 10th Mountain Division soldiers who trained at Camp Hale and bravely served our nation. Thank you.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I'll make mine very short. It's a great honor to stand here and honor these 10th Mountain Division veterans. I had the distinct honor of knowing some of them. And one that I'll give a shout out to is Monk Dawson, right from my hometown. It was right there, trained right there at Camp Hale, and just recently passed away. I had the great honor of honoring his brother on his 101st birthday right here in this chamber a couple years ago. But these are true heroes, and I've had the pleasure of knowing some of them. Thank you.
Senator Roberts. Thank you. Thank you, members. Would the sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1013 please join us in the well? Representative McLaughlin, we will begin with you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very proud to represent the two federally recognized tribes in our state, the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute tribes in southwest Colorado. In 1986, 3 Vietnam veterans gathered in a backyard near Ignacio and decided to band together to do something for all of us. By 1995, the group had grown enough to be formally recognized by the tribe as the Southern Ute Veterans Association. They have been growing in fellowship and citizenship ever since, doing so much for our community and for past, present, and future veterans. Their annual powwow show their pride and celebratory nature. Meanwhile, the Ute Mountain Utes in Toyac provide strong veteran outreach with federal, state, and local support and help with housing and health. They have formed a strong community as well. We are so proud of how each and every Indigenous veteran served our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize that we are in the indigenous land of the Arapaho and Cheyenne, and the state of Colorado also encompasses the native lands of the Ute, Ute Mountain Ute, and Navajo, as well as 48 historically recognized tribes, and that settling on the land came at a great cost to the Native American people. Native American women serve at a disproportionately high rates, and Native American veterans experience homelessness and substance abuse more than other groups and face limited access to medical care due to the lack of culturally sensitive treatment and established facilities with accessible distance to rural communities. I am very proud to welcome our Native American veteran guests that came in to celebrate with us today. It has been an honor to work together with the sovereign nations of the Ute Mountain Tribe and the Southern Ute Tribe, as well as community leaders and advocates on legislation, and we commit to continuing to work together to strive for more representation for a better, thriving future for all.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. The two women standing before us today are Native veterans, and as my colleague said, they serve at the highest rate of any group of people. So I want to welcome and recognize Tara Deer Gover, Staff Sergeant, Air National Guard, 96 to 2002. And also, please welcome Raven Payment, Bosun's Mate, Petty Officer, 2nd Class, U.S. Navy, Operations, Iraqi, and Enduring Freedom. Thank you, colleagues. I know you can read the resolution. I know we're summarizing them this year, which is helpful to be efficient with your time and the time of those in the chamber. First, thanks to all the veterans who are here today. I extend my debt of gratitude to you, and I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to call to attention, it has been one of the greatest honors of my career, of my life, to do work alongside the Native community here in the Capitol, partnering with the Southern Ute Indian Tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute, but as well as the more than 200,000 Native people in the metro area and along the Front Range. It is deeply important to me that we further their values and their goals. In terms of today's recognition, I'm sure you're aware that Native people have been serving in the United States Army long before they were ever granted citizenship. So from the Revolutionary War through World War I, they served at a pretty high rate, and yet they were not even citizens of our country. I find that to be an astonishing demonstration of their commitment to this nation. And I'm deeply grateful to them. In World War II, where both of my grandfathers served, 1/3 of able-bodied Native American men between the ages of 18 and 50, and as much as 70% of certain tribal populations served during World War II. That made that the highest per capita population serving in World War II. And of course, you know the contributions of the code talkers to the outcome of the war. These are amazing human people that I've become very close with and I value deeply, but to recognize their military service today is also really important to me. And, you know, through their service from the Revolutionary War till now, I want to highlight also that 20% of Native service members are women. So that is higher than any other demographic in the United States. And
Senator,
I
there
thank
are
you for your
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was just
Thank
going to
you.
say, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time and attention today. And if you haven't gotten to know these leaders across the state, please take the time to do so. You've got two of them right here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the sponsors for House Joint Resolution 1014 please proceed to the well? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you may have seen the movie Band of Brothers, and everybody considers that about World War II. But the portion before that, the training that they go through, is a short story that I would like to share with you today. I served in the Gulf War. I was at Fort Carson. Back then, we didn't have cell phones, and we were down at Pinyon Canyon when the war started out. We'd been down there for 30 days of training. We had no idea what was going on in the world until we returned back to Fort Carson and were promptly handed orders saying, "Congratulations, you're deploying." So we went into some intensive training. On 2020 hindsight, everybody's like, well, the war was a cakewalk. At the time, we did not know that. We knew that they had chemical and biological weapons, and I went through NBC training. And let me tell you, if you think it's hard shooting just with a rifle, put on all that gear and that mask and run. It's hard. And we did that over and over and over again before we went over there. The bonds that were formed with those of us that went, to this day, 34 years later, one friend went on to be a medical doctor. Another friend went on to get a chemical degree and serve in pharmacy and business. I was a crazy one that stayed in the Army. And later on, in multiple combat deployments, I would then lose friends in those deployments. But on that particular one, we didn't lose anybody. Please sit down. Thank you, though. We trained together, we fought together, we were men, women, black, white, but we all wore the Army green uniform and the American flag, and that's what we stood for. We fought together, we trained together. We were prepared to die together. Do not forget, the men and women that surround you still in this uniform are prepared to do that. That is what we carry on, and we will always do, no matter where we come from, no matter what our backgrounds are. That is what we do. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you to all the veterans in the room, but I would really like to take a moment to say thank you so much to the Desert Storm veterans in the room, because I don't think you realized how much influence you had on my life, because I was in high school watching you on TV rescue the people in Kuwait. And that influence made me drive down to Glenwood Springs, Colorado, to the Navy recruiter and say, it's my turn. I'm going to answer the call because of your influence on me. And I just wanted to take the moment to say thank you for that. Thank you for showing me what freedom is about and what it takes to stand, and when you take the oath of office, or when you take the oath of, when you say that you're going to serve and protect the Constitution against enemies, both foreign and domestic. And I just wanted to take the moment to say thank you for that. Thank you for everything that you showed me, and I appreciate being one of the first members of my family to be in the service, and I just want to say thank you.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I wanted to do this. We are in recess as a veteran and not in an official capacity. And once again, the Marine Corps is left with the littlest, and we have to try and make the most with it. So I had a little bit more that I wish to say. But I wanted to, when I first got this resolution, it said Persian Gulf War, I thought it meant the Gulf War era, because that's how the VA defines the era. Because it should be expanded to include the 7,000 veterans, active duty service members who've died since 9/11, and it should be included to recognize the 33,000 veteran suicides. And in June of 2014, the Marine Corps Times cleared their entire editorial page to allow a letter to the editor to be printed. I have never read that letter, never saw it again until the other day. I was going to read it. It's probably going to take too much time. We're already over. But I might distribute it at some point. And the last line of it was, her name was Kat. She died in service to her country, and she was a hero. I just thought someone should know. So thank you.
Thank you, members. Would those sponsors for House Joint Resolution 1015 please proceed to the well? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the resolution on page 2, it reads, nearly 500,000 Latino or Latina Americans, many of them the women and the children of immigrants, fought for the cause of freedom in World War II. That's the story of my family. My abuelito, my grandfather, Cuauhtemoc Chavez, was that immigrant that came to the United States looking for the American dream. He joined the Army in 1943, landed on Normandy Beach June 9th, 1944, received his first Purple Heart in September of 1944, returned to duty, was wounded again, second Purple Heart, April of 1945. He didn't talk about it much, but I knew that story growing up. And that was part of the story that motivated me to also join the military. And when I joined, he actually yelled at me a little bit. He said, "Mijito, why? I paid that price for you." And I told him, "Abuelito, grandfather, every generation has to pay that price." So to all of those service members, to all of those Latinos or Latinas who put their country first, who raised their right hand and swore that oath, who I had the honor to serve with and who came before me, Morales, Montes, Bermudez, Chavez, and so many others, I just want to stand here today and say thank you.
Representative Routenau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, it's an honor to stand in front of you today to pay tribute to the bravery, sacrifice, and dedication of so many veteran Latinas and Latinos who served in our military. I got to witness this bravery and sacrifice by seeing my brother's journey in the Navy. I got to see the joy and pride that his service instilled in both him and our family, but I also saw his struggles with mental health. I hope this resolution helps inspire us to do better to honor the sacrifice of these communities and better service the wounds of these members, whether those wounds are visible or invisible. I also want to honor my friends and family members who immigrated from other nations, but so deeply loved and respected this nation that they decided to serve in our military. Sometimes those who love and sacrifice for our nation in the highest ways are immigrants. And I want to make sure we all honor the contribution of our Latina and Latino immigrants, veterans. Thank you for your time.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have too much to add. I've spoken on this resolution before. I guess what I'll express is how much pride goes with being a Latino in the military. I'm third-generation service member on my dad's side. My grandfather served in World War II. He was a sharecropper at the time because systems existed not to allow him to take full advantage of the freedoms that he himself fought for. But he didn't give up. He kept working hard and providing for his family. Things changed. He was able to buy that land. My dad was Air Force Academy grad of '79. And I can't think of any better example for someone in my life than my father. Started off as a B-52 pilot and a B-1 bomber pilot. Married a migrant from Mexico. And then I think of the people that I served with, those that are not here with us today. Jose, Montenegro, and Talia. The daughter of migrants herself, and him having been in Brownsville since probably Texas was Mexico. That is an experience that all of us know well. And when we put on that uniform, we're already bonded by a common experience, but it becomes even more so. So I'm proud to stand up here in a bipartisan way with all of these members. I'm proud to be a third-generation service member, and I'm very proud to be a Latino and to call this country home.
Thank you, members. Would those sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1016 please proceed to the well? Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, today I stand before you to pay tribute to my grandfather, Ray Miller, who was a Vietnam veteran. In 1955, at the age of 21, he enlisted in the United States Air Force and was shipped off to Sampson Air Force Base in New York for basic training. A year later, he was assigned to the 1631st Air Base Group in Prestwick, Scotland, where he met my grandmother, Elizabeth Reed, at a bus stop. Sergeant Miller would disappear for weeks, and most days my grandmother didn't know if he was in Thailand, in Vietnam, or in Korea, let alone what he was doing or if he was even alive. He used to tell us that when he was deep in the Vietnam jungle, that is where he made peace with God because he didn't know if he'd come home again. While he was with the 388th Tactical Fighter Wing, he established an automated flight records management system, which became a model for all other units in the 13th Air Force. Additionally, he set up a system to guide pilots to alternative landing locations in the event that their landing area was compromised. When my grandfather came home from Vietnam, my mom remembers him walking off the plane looking like a skeleton in a flight suit. Growing up with chickens running under his house and no bathroom, he was determined to build a better life for himself and his family and was willing to work himself to the bone to make it happen. Upon retirement from the Air Force, he bought the farm he grew up working on, including his childhood home down the road. He went to technical school to become an industrial electrician while working farming full-time. His work ethic was unparalleled, and he used to say the only thing you can count on in this life is the sweat on your brow and how hard you work. Unlike veterans of previous wars, Vietnam veterans faced a hostile and divided home front. The war itself was deeply controversial, and the anti-war sentiment prevalent in society extended to those who had served. Like other Vietnam veterans, my grandfather never received the warm welcome home he deserved, and that's why when he'd wear his Vietnam veteran hat decades later, it meant the world to him when someone stopped to say welcome home. Inadequate support benefits for physical and mental health added to the challenges Vietnam vets faced as they went back to their civilian lives. From Parkinson's disease to ischemic heart disease to multiple cancers, my grandfather lived with the health impacts of his service and exposure to burn pits and Agent Orange every day. He believed deeply in the promise of the American dream and was determined that his children and grandchildren would have a better life than he had. He was determined that we'd never have to carry a gas mask in one hand and our lunch in the other like my grandmother did growing up in Scotland. And he was determined that whatever dream, no matter how big, that we could achieve it. I hope he's up there looking down today as I say, Jeep, oh, you did it. You did it. May we all ensure the sacrifices made by our veterans here with us today and those in spirit are met with gratitude, with respect, and the unwavering support that they deserve. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wish to share a few words about a veteran of the Vietnam War, Colonel Nan Borg. Colonel Borg served at the Old Fitzsimmons Army Medical Center in Aurora. She also was assigned to the 24th Evacuation Hospital in Vietnam, where she supervised junior officers and dealt with critical ill patients. She described working grueling shifts alongside her officers, saying they weren't alone in feeling guilty about not saving everyone. Despite having spent an entire career tending to dying servicemen, Colonel Borg was entirely unprepared for what awaited her when she returned from Vietnam, recalling the opposition she faced when she stepped off the plane in San Francisco. She stated, "I've never been so glad to get out of my uniform. Not because I was ashamed of my uniform, but because I was scared. I was scared for my life. I couldn't believe that people could be so nasty." Colonel Borg represents the best of her generation. She and her fellow service members are owed a debt that we as a country will spend several lifetimes repaying. May this exercise of ours, may our Military Day, always remain an opportunity for us to retain in our memories the sacrifices that she and many others made and the hardships they endured.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honoring Vietnam veterans, I know it's been said, but it needs to be completely acknowledged and recognized, especially by fellow veterans, but everyone else that doesn't really understand the different experience that Vietnam veterans had. In my 22 years of service and my 4 deployments, every time I returned home from a deployment, whether it was on leave or at the end of our tour, I returned home to so much support, outpouring of support, almost nauseating support sometimes. People welcoming me home and thanking me for my service. It was very much appreciated, but it's humbling at the same time to know that we had veterans that served in a time where public opinion swayed on the conflict that they were sent overseas to fight. And that conflict that they were sent to fight was not voluntary like it is today. Many of those men and women were drafted. They were sent over to a place that they were ordered to serve in whatever capacity they were told to serve against their will, and returned home to not so welcoming arms, but rather hateful rhetoric, being spit at, and otherwise thrown pretty negative and nasty things in their direction. The thing that we need to do and recognize as our Vietnam veterans are growing older is acknowledging their service. When you see those veterans walking around with the Vietnam service, Vietnam veteran hat on, shirt on, whatever, thanking them for their service and welcoming them home. So on a personal level, I would like to thank all of those Vietnam veterans that are in the room with us today for your service. Welcome home and thank you. And thank all of the veterans that came here today, all of our veterans in our chamber, in our General Assembly, and those throughout Colorado. Thank you.
Members, I want to thank you, Representative Armagost, for extending that warm welcome and tribute to all of the members of the service and veterans we have here today. We are going to stand in a brief recess so we may greet our guests and pay them proper tribute. The House will stand in recess. Members, we are about to return to business. I will ask folks to take their seats. The House will come back to order. Members, our next order of business is third reading. I will ask members to take their seats. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1007.
House Bill 1007 by Representatives Rutinel and Mabry, also Senators Exum and Gonzalez, concerning residential occupancy limits.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1007 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1007 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote? Representative Story, how do you vote? Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
No.
Representative DeGraff votes no. Representatives Leader in English, that'll be a $5 fine. Representative Martinez and Snyder are excused. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 20 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1007 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Doherty and Parenti, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning a Bill of Rights for Youth in Foster Care.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1017 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, as we continue to discuss the concerns and considerations of this particular bill. Allow me to set my timer just so I can keep track of time.
Members, we are on third reading. Thank you. Please proceed.
It is very important, ladies and gentlemen, to understand the second and third and fourth order effects of legislation that is dangerous to our society. When over 50% of the foster families are very religious and tied to their religious convictions in their faith and in their beliefs. These are millennia old and transcend not only generations, but centuries of civilization. Now, the youth, in my humble opinion, are a protected class because youth should be youth. Children should be children, and children should live as children. They should not be forced, or even they should not have to consider or have to delve in the complexities of the subject of sexuality and genderism at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Because truly, kids really just want to play and be loved. And we have foster families that just want to love children. Now, earlier when we talked about this bill, I pointed out how over 50%, arguably 60% of these foster families are from the Christian faith group. And a large majority of these families, ladies and gentlemen, are deep-seated in their faith. And when the state tries to force statutory rules, as are codified in this bill, onto those faith-based families, then you force them to make a choice. And that's not fair. That's not fair to those families because they just want to love little kids and help them grow and become good people. Now, when they grow up, we live in a free country. They can become who they want, they can love who they want, and they can do what they want because of the freedoms that we just recognized in our Veterans Recognition ceremony. But when you're a kid, let kids be kids. We don't do that. This type of movement and this legislation and codified in this movement does not let kids be kids.
Representative Holtorf, one moment, please. Members, I'm hearing something playing, a radio. If you have something playing right now, please be sure that it is turned off. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam. Now, this particular bill makes a claim that there's no changes to statutory language. But I will tell you there is an acronym, and I'm not going to go over the letters, that actually is not present, but now with the passage of this bill will be present. And it forces my Christian, conservative, religious families to now have to make a choice. And many of them will step away. Ladies and gentlemen, understand this. There's not enough foster families right now to take care of these kids. Right now. And with this bill, what you're going to do is make many of those foster families step away from the services that you allegedly care, that is provided to these foster kids when they have to make a choice between what they believe under their freedom of religion and the things they want to do to help humanity. And many of them will step away. And with the passage of this bill, you will force that. And when you come back and say, why? Why are so many foster kids not finding homes? You will wonder why. Well, if you're paying attention today, now you know why. I'm telling you why. I'm not trying to predict the future, but this is arguably going to be one of the outcomes of passing this type of legislation without amendment. And we offered the amendment that helps my religious right and my Christian families continue to do what they want to do. And you cast it asunder. It didn't meet the political aims of the legislation. It didn't meet the desires of the bill sponsors. But I will tell you, you're not going to help these kids if you codify this into the foster program within the Department of Human Services, because you're not going to have those families. And that will be the fault of the people in this chamber. Now, those are hard words for me to say, but it is a fact that cannot be ignored. Now, I'm going to talk about this in a little more detail, and I only have 4 more minutes and 25 seconds, but please bear with me. Of the 3,730 children in foster care, we only have 2,500 certified homes. I'm going to make a little cowboy prediction. You potentially are going to cut that number down by 33.33% or more when this gets codified in statute and in rule. So when that number goes down, look in the mirror. And then explain to those kids why they don't have a foster family that loves them. Now, I'm going to continue. The bill's current language sacrifices individual choice of liberty for in vogue terms in this movement. I don't need to say the acronym that we speak of, but this movement is not healthy for these children, and it's not healthy in the conversations my constituents on the religious right have to have as they have to make hard choices for what they want to do to be a part of the foster care program. You know, there's rights for foster youth, and they've been in rule for a long time. We have a lot of capacity in human services to support and care for foster youth. We spend an enormous amount of money, as I sit on the Health and Human Services Committee, to support our foster programs and fund the human services program for these youth. There are not shortages of funding. There are arguably significant problems with the program beyond what this bill tries to promote. And it doesn't parallel and square up carefully and thoughtfully with the Foster Parents' Bill of Rights, in my humble opinion. It doesn't square up. Keeping this language, LGBTQ language, promotes a political agenda. It promotes a movement. And it can arguably affect the most vulnerable population which we should protect. Because young children that are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, many of them are still very confused. They have no idea who they want to be, where they're going to live, what they're going to do when they grow up, and who they're going to be or what identity they're going to affiliate with. And I told you all in second reading, and I will repeat it. I have 5 daughters, and one of my daughters had 3 of her friends when they were in high school that thought they wanted to be.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Thought they wanted to be of this acronym affiliation. But now when they're grown up, they all are married and have children. And they were lost in that tunnel that teenagers go in when they go into that tunnel. And then when they get through that tunnel, they come out and find the light. When they're adults, they define this. When they are adults. And arguably that is when you're 18, 19, or 20, or 21. I'm strongly against this bill. I will be voting no against this bill. And I think it's wrong for our children, it's wrong for foster families and foster parents, and it's going to be wrong for Colorado. I strongly encourage you to not allow this language to move forward in the Human Services Department in the rules for foster care. Thank you for your time. I will be a strong, objectionable no.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you for your indulgence, colleagues. I did not get an opportunity on second readings to come up and explain why I'm voting no, and I believe I need to because of the very distasteful arguments that have been advanced for why we should vote no. If the only thing this bill did was to put in that children with gender identity issues shall not be discriminated against, I would be hitting that yes button immediately. But my other concerns about the bill go farther towards process and procedure. The advocates, not the sponsors, but advocates, kept trying to convince me and say, this is just a notification of rights that already exist in statute. None of these rights are new. It's all just a rendition of what's already available. So these 8 pages of rights, and the original Bill of Rights was only 2 pages, but this 8 pages of rights, nothing's new. Well, if that was true, it would have been very easy to merely cite the section or cite the authority for every right that was being laid out. And this is going to be given to every foster child when they enter the foster system, when they find a new foster family, or once a year, from children starting at the age of 5 years old. This notification of all sorts of pre-existing rights. So I looked a little bit further, and on page 13, lines 21 to 23, we have sua sponte or upon motion, a juvenile court may issue any orders to any party to ensure the child or youth is provided the rights enumerated in subsection 2 of this section, which is the 8 pages of rights. I haven't heard a single attorney in this entire chamber question that section for a juvenile court that is supposed to be a court of limited jurisdiction. And when I looked at the enabling statute for the juvenile court, it set out its jurisdiction and then included except as otherwise put out in statute. I don't know if this is expanding it. I don't know what's going to go on with that, but this massive section seems to envision a huge expansion of the juvenile court's authority. And then immediately following, page 13, lines 24 to page 14, line 1. A juvenile court shall not limit or deny the rights enumerated in subsection 2 of this section unless the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that there are extraordinary circumstances and the limitation or denial is necessary for the safety of the child or youth in foster care. And again, I was told multiple times, nothing has changed, nothing has changed. Well, the Office of the Child Representative got back to me and said, oh yeah, that is new. We have changed that burden of proof. It is new. And I asked a child health worker, and they were shocked by it and said, yeah, that's not the standard we've been doing. And this doesn't just cover foster kids that have had the parental relationship terminated. This is all the foster kids, from my understanding, which means decisions will be being made by 5 to 12-year-olds, as envisioned in here, that might be without the knowledge of the current parent, without their knowledge, consent, and even against their express wishes to the contrary. I feel if I was doing my duties correctly, I would move to return this at least to the Judiciary Committee to have a far better look at it. But I don't believe that would have any effect. So again, I find these arguments that have been made against it very distasteful, and I'm worried our loyal opposition may be blinded by concerns that they shouldn't be and are missing process issues that I think are very important to look at. So for that reason, I have to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we should be careful with our words. Saying distasteful when those of us are representing religious freedom is not a very nice word. And I think I'd probably be gavelled down if I used it. Right now, they're actively recruiting foster families for thousands of children across the state. They have 3 times as many children as families to foster them, and that's according to the Colorado Department of Human Services. Currently, there are 3,738 children and youth in foster care in Colorado. Currently, there are about 2,500 certified kinship and foster families in Colorado. There is rigorous certification process that includes home study, medical reports, criminal background checks, as well as a series of interviews with a caseworker about your upbringing and parenting style. That's already happening in the state of Colorado. Hope's Promise Executive Director believes part of the process can be intimidating because of the certification process, but also she said that sometimes there are hesitations about the commitment and fear of attachment along the way. So if we're already about 1,200 homes short because people are already so intimidated by the certification process, let's make it even harder and see what foster families are going to do because of that now. The legislative declaration states that foster kids are a responsibility of the state, not then a responsibility assumed of the foster parents. What does that tell these kids? They're members of the state now? That the people that are going to provide a loving, caring home are not even responsible for them. Wow. The legislative declaration lists increased risk to foster kids across various metrics, makes presumption about the reason, presumes state intervention will solve it, and states that these kids are in a unique situation that requires special safeguards, justifying state mandates rather than focusing on finding good foster parents. And again, we're 1,200 homes short of that. The foster care system is genuinely in need of a serious correction. Any of us on Health and Human Services will tell you that. There are abuses that occur and children are definitely being hurt, but we should be careful about the solution. A need does not mean any solution provided will make things better. It's no good just to do something, we have to do the right thing. What these kids need are real parental figures, and I'll tell you, I have a lot of friends that are foster care families, and they love those children like they love their own children. You would think that they personally gave birth to some of these kids. By creating all these limitations on them, I have heard from my friends that are going to opt out of being foster care parents. And the representative from Akron just said that. I can guarantee you next year, we will have 33% less foster care families because of this bill. This bill interferes with a foster parent's right to best direct the upbringing of their foster children. So what are we telling these foster care families? You're good enough to bring these kids in, but you're not good enough to parent them or love them or create a structure for them. There are many different sections. One section requires freedom from discrimination or harassment. There are some parents that really believe that talking to these kids that are very confused might be the best thing for these kids, might save their life. Children do not know what they want or need. I know in this chamber sometimes we think 12-year-olds can make decisions. I invite you to come to my home at dinner time. They can't even pick what vegetable they want at 12. They can't even remember what they had for dinner the night before. 12-year-olds can't make decisions. That's why we parent them. That's why foster parents come in and take these children in, whether they're kinship or not related, and say, I will provide you that structure. I will provide you that love. And now we're saying the government should do that. That's not what these foster care families want. That's not what these kids signed up for. The other section permits a child to override the foster parent on whether to go to something like church. And I know there are a lot of stories where the church has been hostile. I don't go to a church like that. My Savior believes in saving everyone. No one is not welcome. He tells me to love people for their differences and provide that open community for everyone. So I apologize if any of you have had bad circumstances with the church, because that's not where I go worship. And these children, I believe, need to know that someone greater than them loves them for who they are and care for them. And by restricting that, that is detrimental. That is one of the worst things we could do to children. The other section, no child should be abused, but his freedom from being locked in a room or a limitation of remaining on a premises, good parenting. Absolutely. No child should be locked in a room. We should have safeguards for things like that. But I tell you that one child came in and spoke about not doing chores and was limited for going out that night. Kids need chores, guys. I know we're all participation awards in this state, but kids need chores. Kids need structure. My stepbrother's been in and out of jail for 20 years. And you know what he told me? If his mom had actually been his parent and not his friend, and she had provided him the structure that he needed and been a parent to him, that wouldn't have happened. These foster care children deserve that. They deserve the best life that we can give them. And structure's not a bad thing. Doing chores is not a bad thing. Another section talks about placement with a parent that understands the child's unique history. I don't really understand that. I think a parent needs to understand and experience a child's unique history. The idea that someone must walk in someone's shoes to understand a situation, again, is like requiring an oncologist to have cancer before you can trust that doctor from being able to treat you. "30% to 50% of foster parents quit after the first year." I want you guys to think about that. We are already 1,200 homes behind for children that need our help, that are then going on to be unhoused youth and homeless and down a road that no child deserves to go down. 82% of foster parents in one study cite faith or church support as something that helps successful fostering. Why are we limiting that? Why are we telling these parents that they can't provide what they feel like is necessary to give a loving environment and a fair chance to these kids? I think this has some really great points, and I wanted to be able to get behind this bill. But when you're limiting parents from going through bags and things like that because they're trying to protect children, I think that sometimes we legislate on the worst case scenario. But if you look at the foster care system and the people that are in the foster care system as parents or kinship care, you will see how much they love the kids that they have. I will tell you, there are some bad apples, and we need to fix that. But providing all these new restrictions on an already tasked system is a recipe for destruction. And I am afraid next year I'll be standing up here, not like I want to, saying I told you so, because now we have 3,000 homes open and children in need of foster care. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, we are already facing a shortage of foster homes throughout Colorado. This problem is exacerbated even more in southeastern Colorado and rural communities. I truly believe this legislation will alienate and drive away foster families and discourage new families from helping out our most vulnerable youth. I will be a no today. All I ask is let these foster families love these kids. Let them set example for these kids. Let them put some structure in their lives. Let's help set them on a path to be successful. Taking care of kids shouldn't be politicized. I truly believe that. I know there's good people out there that want to raise these kids and give them a home, a loving home, where they can feel accepted. I know there are bad actors out there. There isn't everything. I don't think there's as many as we think there is. And not that the people that go through those things, that their experiences are any less than anybody else's, but I do not want to drive good families away. I don't want to drive families away that have religious beliefs, because that's their belief by the First Amendment, to be able to have that religious belief. I don't think there's anything wrong with kids doing chores or having chores around the house. I truly believe I wouldn't be the person I am today if my dad didn't keep me in line. I just want to make sure that in rural Colorado, where we face these issues a lot more than you all do in the urban center, that these families that do have these certain sets of beliefs aren't pushed or scared away from this. Just as though there's extremes from those families, I listened back to some of the testimony. I think there's some extremes from these children. Some of these children that might be in a good family that might be able to use some of the legislation we passed or some of the things that they hear to put a wedge between them and that family. And I just don't want to see that happen to good families that really do want to help children. And I believe that there are more of those families out there than the ones that are bad, that are trying to hurt and hold down children. So on behalf of House District 47 and rural Colorado, my fear is this will happen, and I will be a no vote today. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I think you've heard a lot of concerns from our caucus. I think those concerns are real, and they come from a good place of wanting to help the children in our systems. I want to be clear, nobody thinks any child should be discriminated against. Nobody believes any person in this room should be discriminated against, or outside, or the people that we represent. Nobody believes in that. And so I just want to be clear about that. When I was a Mesa County Commissioner, I was privileged to be elected, first appointed, then elected to represent over 10 counties on the Western Slope, and those counties were very different. Mesa County was a large county with rural issues, the only large county out of the Big Ten on the Western Slope. And so we had rural and urban challenges, but our counties that surround us, a lot of them were small and super small and frontier even, where I would hear stories at our Child Welfare Allocation Committee for years about children having no place to go, sleeping on the floor at Human Services because they didn't know where to send them. And it broke my heart when kids got sent out of state because there were no homes. And so what we want to make sure is that families are not so scared of this system that they no longer want to participate. I have tried to recruit foster homes for years. It is very difficult, and it's a lot on these families. I've also worked in the kinship space for many years, trying to expand those homes as well. And so what I think you've heard from our caucus are just concerns. We want to protect children. We want to make sure they have families. And we just want to make sure it's done in the right way. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in support of this bill. When I hear a lot about making sure that kids are in homes of loving families and that our kids feel respected and cared for, I think that's exactly what this bill is doing. It's ensuring that we have parameters so that our young children, our children who have been rejected, our children who have been pulled out of their families, our children who are suffering and are already challenged with what is good in society because of the system that they're in, have a safe place that they can call home when they go home at the end of the day. This bill is about protecting kids who need it the most. Our kids who might be a singer, our kids who might be an athlete, our kids who might be going to Hebrew school, our kids who might be part of the LGBTQ community. This bill is about making sure that these children, these young people who already have this massive plight that they are faced with and will impact the rest of their lives will be just a little bit easier. So I urge all of you in this chamber to think first and foremost about what does loving and valuing a young child or a youth mean, and vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Armagost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1017 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote? Representative DeGraff, you are on mute.
Absolutely no.
Representative DeGraff votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1017 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, Story, co-sponsor. Representative Epps, Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1058.
House Bill 1058 by Representatives Kipp and Soper, also Senators Baisley and Priola, concerning protecting the privacy of individuals' biological data and in connection therewith, protecting the privacy of neural data, and expanding the scope of the Colorado Privacy Act accordingly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1058 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to ask permission to run a third reading amendment. I know it's the first of the session.
Representative Soper, you may briefly describe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a purely technical amendment, but is very important because it ensures that the bill that we're trying to get enacted into law will be upheld by the courts.
Members, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1058. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? Representative Bockenfeld will come back to you. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
No.
Representative DeGraff votes no. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 3 no, and 3 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With permission, I'd like to move Amendment L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Soper, and I might just say that You didn't need to like to move, you could just move.
Sure, thank you.
Members, the amendment is properly displayed. Representative Soper, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what we're doing in this amendment is changing the words could be used to is used or intended to be used. Why this is important is the words could be is very vague, and the fear is the courts in the future might look at this and say that the entire bill could be void for vagueness. We want to avoid that and be very specific that it's the technology that's known today, meaning it's used or intended to be used in that particular manner.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while my colleague is a attorney, I am not, but we've also run this by the Attorney General's office, and this is the language that we need to go with. So I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, members. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L002 to House Bill 1058. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Oops. Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, and 3 excused, Amendment L002 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1058 as amended on third reading and final passage.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1058 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? You're on mute, Representative Bockenfeld. One more time, Representative Bockenfeld, still on mute. Representative Bockenfeld does a thumbs down for no. Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes.
Yes.
Please
Yes.
Representative DeGraff, we recorded your vote. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1058 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Judah, co-sponsors. Representative Story, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1139 be amended as followed, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders on Friday, February 9th, 2024 at 11:59 a.m. We have House Bill 1139, House Bill 1012, House Bill 1102, House Bill 1118, House Bill 1047, House Bill 1048, House Bill 1062, House Bill 1014, House Bill 1085, House Bill 1093, House Bill 1104, and House Bill 1074.
Madam Majority Leader, just to clarify, you had House Bill 1062 or 1067?
1067.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on February 9th, 2024 at 11:59 a.m. Representative Froelich. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Froelich will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Oh my gosh.
Keep going.
I'll have it. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading the bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and of course, the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1139.
House Bill 1139 by Representatives Leader and Armagost, also Senator Will, concerning the payment of death benefits after remarriage to a surviving spouse of a state employee who worked in a job with a high right classification.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is a pleasure to serve with you.
Pleasure to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1139 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had just a small amendment in committee, and what it did is it added port of entry officers to the high-risk classification, as well as adding some language where they're going to change the public firefighters as a firefighter, investigator, or fire marshal, upcoming in their language within the department, and we just wanted to make sure that we captured that as part of this bill.
The question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill.
Go get her. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank my co-prime Rep. Armagost for his expertise in this area from his experience as sheriff deputy and firefighter. So this is death benefits for state employees surviving spouse. When someone is killed at work or within the scope of their employment, their dependent spouse may be eligible to receive workers' compensation death benefits. Currently, a surviving spouse of a deceased worker receives the death benefits for life or until remarriage. At that point, they calculate out the benefits for about 2 years. House Bill 1139 changes the law, so a surviving spouse of a state employee who worked in a job with a high-risk classification can receive the death benefits for life. House Bill 1139 defines a job with high-risk classifications to include state troopers, CBI agents, correction officers, community parole officers, state firefighters, parks and wildlife officers, CDOT safety and maintenance workers, as well as the port of entry officers as described. And with that, I would like to pass this to my co-prime Rep. Armagost.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, if you were able to join us in committee and hear the testimony of the 3 spouses of state troopers that lost their spouse, and basically the feeling that they have looming over their head that if they ever choose to move on and carry on, remarry, anything, they would lose the benefits that support them and their dependents that they had with their spouse that was taken from them. This is something that absolutely needs to be addressed. This is an outdated policy that dated back from the stakeholding we did to 1910. Our culture and society has evolved ever so slightly since 1910, and we need to kind of update these policies with our current situation in society and in our culture. When one of these spouses loses their member serving in the State Patrol or any of these entities that we described in the bill, they should be able to know that if they ever do move on and remarry, they can still have the benefits necessary to take care of the dependents that they had with their spouse that they lost, not have to put that onto a person that they remarry with. So I would urge a strong yes vote on this bill and move it forward unanimously the same way we did out of committee. Thank you.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to close that the current remarriage penalty keeps a surviving spouse trapped in the trauma of their loss and prevents them from moving forward with their lives. Just because a surviving spouse chooses to remarry does not mean they no longer grieve or that their finances have suddenly and drastically improved. In removing the marriage standard, House Bill 1139 helps heal the trauma and allows surviving spouses to move forward with their lives while maintaining their financial security. This is a good bill. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1139? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1139. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1102. No, I'm sorry, 1012.
House Bill 1012 by Representatives Morrow and Basenecker, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning the operational efficiency of the Front Range Passenger Rail District.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I move House Bill 24-1012, Front Range Passenger Rail District Statutory Cleanup Bill. No committee.
To the bill, thanks.
I'm thrilled to bring a very boring bill on an exciting project. Since the creation of the Front Range Passenger Rail District, there was some language that needed to be changed into a few boring modifications. One of them being changes from joint meeting to annual update and some clarification of virtual presentations, etc. It strikes the Senate confirmation for local board members, clarifies the quorum requirement, allows the Front Range Passenger Rail District General Manager to enter into some small administrative and consultant contracts, clarifies board authority, specifies that a plan must be in place prior to going to the taxpayers with a ballot measure, clarifies start times for the board of director, and I, for one, dream about the day the Front Range gets a train, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bazenecker. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer amendment L002 and ask that it properly be I move amendment L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Wilson.
Yes, one part of this bill that I found was a little frustrating is the language in the bill, the updated language in the bill, did not allow for clear interaction between community entities such as MPO, regional transportation districts, the conversation with the annual update. The original verbiage was provide an annual update, which may be provided by a district staff and may be provided electronically. Many of my constituents felt that meant that the staff could send an email and call it good. What this amendment does is update that to require some sort of interaction, whether it be through a meeting, a remote meeting, anything that they're going to get to actually discuss with the individuals on the rail district to express their opinions and points and needs. So I would ask for an aye vote on amendment L002.
Representative Morrow. Bazenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I appreciate this amendment. We are supportive of this amendment. I think it clarifies some of the things that were brought up in committee. Appreciate Representative Wilson flagging this concern, and I think Front Range Passenger Rail is very committed to these conversations, and this is an important clarification that ensures that they happen in a way that is actually engaging for all stakeholders. So we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 2? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 2 to House Bill 1012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Bazenecker? No? Okay, to the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1012? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1012 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1012 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1102.
House Bill 1102 by Representative Degree Kennedy concerning requirements for individuals appointed to serve in certain independent agencies of the Judicial Department.
Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1102.
Excellent. To the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a fairly straightforward bill that passed unanimously out of the Judiciary Committee. What it does is it authorizes 3 of the independent agencies of the judicial branch. That's the Office of Alternative Defense Counsel, the Office of the Child's Representative, and the Office of Respondent Parents Counsel to have a little more flexibility when they go on their next attempt to recruit an executive director. There's a current requirement in statute that that person have a law license in Colorado for 5 years. This would change that, saying you must have a law license for 5 years, but you can get your Colorado law license within 6 months of being appointed to the position. We ask for your support.
Representative Soper.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to be joining this bill, but one thing I just wanted to say is it's really important that we look at modern times and efficiency. And when the 3 independent agencies were first created, The bar was such that each state had their own unique bar written by that state. Now we've evolved to where we have the uniform bar exam, which is very portable. You can transfer amongst 30 plus states. It's probably 40 by now. It seems like there's new states coming online every year. So the portability of a law license is incredibly portable, but it also means that we can do a nationwide search and be able to find the very best person for what is largely an administrative office. Ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1102? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1102. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1102 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1118.
House Bill 1118 by Representatives Marshall and Joseph, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning authorization for the Attorney General to operate a district attorney's office due to a vacancy to the extent allowed by an executive order of the governor.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I move House Bill 241118.
To the bill, Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, this is a very easy good governance bill. It came out of the Judiciary Committee 11-0 and was probably the fastest Judiciary Committee hearing this entire session so far. All it does is give the ability of the Attorney General, when there's a vacancy in the District Attorney's office, to come in and actually operate it. They currently have the statutory authority to run the office, but they didn't have the statutory authority to spend any of the DA's money to basically operate it, to buy paper, to hire anyone. And it would not seem to be a problem, but we've had a couple DA offices that were vacant for 5 months. I think across our political spectrum, we can all agree that no matter what problems we may think the criminal defense and prosecution may have, we don't want to see the whole thing grind to a halt. So we ask that you support this bill in the spirit of just good governance.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just ask the members to please support this bill. It's a good governance bill, and it supports both rural and urban areas, urban and rural district. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Majority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I had the good fortune of sitting in Judiciary that day that this bill was presented, and I have seen this in real life, and I know how difficult it is, especially in the rural areas, to bridge that gap when there is a vacancy, especially an unexpected one. And I also just wanted to put on the record, I do not believe in the expansion of Attorney General power, but I do think that this is necessary in order for our system to work, and I support the bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1118? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1118. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1085.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1085.
House Bill 1085 by Representatives Frizzell and Amabile, also Senator Gardner, concerning establishing a limitation of actions against an individual performing a real estate appraisal practice.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move the committee report for House Bill 1085.
And the bill.
I would like to move House Bill 1085 and the committee report.
Awesome. To the committee report. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We introduced one amendment in committee, and it was passed successfully. It made a slight change to the bill itself. I would ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My co-sponsor and I brought this bill based on concerns from appraisers all around the country who have experienced frivolous lawsuits to the point where 14 other states have adopted a statute of limitations for appraisers. One of the things that's become particularly concerning about this is the reality that if an appraiser has to certify that they have been involved with litigation, whether it is frivolous or with merit, in order to obtain contracts for providing appraisals. And so if they have to check that box, yes, they are essentially excluded from doing work, even though the lawsuit that they were involved with was without merit. This bill specifically exempts any fraudulent behavior on the part of an appraiser, so that's not included with this. If somebody commits fraud, then they are held to a whole different standard. This simply will create a statute of limitations around appraisers' work product that ends after 5 years.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is really about saying you can't control what the real estate market looked like 20 years before your appraisal was issued, and there should be some reasonable time frame in which you could be expected to not have to worry about a lawsuit, a frivolous lawsuit. Appraisers are, for the most part, very small business owners. They are a critical piece of the real estate industry. There are no deals without appraisals. There are no loans without appraisals. And we have a shrinking number of appraisers. And so this is a good bill, and we hope you'll vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1085? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1085. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1047.
House Bill 1047 by Representatives McCormick and Catlin, also Senators Roberts and Simpson, concerning the scope of practice for veterinary technicians and in connection therewith, directing the State Board of Veterinary Medicine to promulgate rules regarding the supervision of and the delegation of certain veterinary medicine tasks to veterinary technicians, veterinary technician specialists, or other personnel by a licensed veterinarian, and establishing a veterinarian technician specialist designation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1047 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Yes, in the committee, we passed an amendment that makes it clear that in the large animal space, nothing changes in respect to animal husbandry practices that occur without needing a veterinarian or a vet tech, and it adds that a veterinarian is needed. If a veterinarian is needed in that space, it will extend the reach of that veterinarian to allow the owner of the herd or a representative to carry out tasks under their direction, and also moves. Sorry, I ran down here, so I'm out of breath. The ability for a qualified registered vet tech or veterinary technician specialist to address minor medical conditions as determined by the veterinarian under direct supervision rather than under indirect supervision. And I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Catlin asked me to come as the number 2 in the Ag Committee behind him on the committee report to just let everybody in the chamber know that the committee work and the work of the sponsors is very comprehensive, and we need 110% get behind all this good work as we move forward and support the bill sponsors as they move to consolidate in the DVM, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine space, the work here in Colorado that's being done.
Thank you. The question before us is the adoption of the committee report. Is there any further discussion? And I don't see any, so the question before us is the adoption of that committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm very excited to bring this bill forward. It's been 2 years in the making. I wish Representative Catlin could be standing here beside me because he has been part of that work for the last 2 years. He did give me permission to go on without him today. And so I will do my best to fill his shoes. 2 years ago, we did recognize a veterinary technology within DORA in our statutes. And we knew that the next thing that we could do for our registered veterinary technicians is to go to the next level and to elevate their positions by outlining an overview of what their scope of practice involves and the very critical role that they play in providing animal care across this state. This bill will redefine and expand definitions of supervision of the veterinary staff and will no way lessen the focus on patient health and safety, but will allow these trained individuals to work to their full capacity of training, expertise, and competency. In doing this, this will allow the veterinarian that we don't have enough of across our state to focus more on patients and to get more done overall, and allowing these veterinary teams to work with improved efficiency. These improvements alone in the definitions of supervision will increase access to veterinary care across our state. This bill also adds the definition of a veterinary technician specialist, which is an additional designation that takes additional training and education and also national testing. Adding this designation to the bill and to a statute will recognize these individuals as those that have further elevated their training and are truly occupying the mid-level professional space in veterinary medicine. We have lots of kids in the chamber today, and I bet some of them are going to be veterinarians or veterinary technicians someday. This will also, there's a list of tasks recognized in this bill. The purpose behind that list is not to necessarily fully encompass all the things that veterinary technicians can do, but to outline that there are some things in veterinary medicine that these individuals can and should be doing, and also to expand some of those things to make sure that we know that veterinary teams can allow veterinary technicians to do more in the space of dentistry, to do more in the space of helping to close surgical incisions, and to allow veterinary technicians to do more in the large animal space by doing pregnancy checks via ultrasound. All of these things and more are such a big, big deal in this space to extend the reach of our veterinarians that are at such a shortage across rural areas across our state, in the production animal space, and allowing these people to work to the full extent of their training will absolutely increase access to veterinary care. The other big thing that this bill will do will allow experienced and competent veterinary technicians to treat minor medical conditions which arise in a patient under that doctor that has an established relationship. This is actually a huge deal to many who have struggled to find access to care across our state. So again, one more way that we are extending access to care. I just want to say too, on this, as a veterinarian of 40 years, that the veterinary technicians in our state and the veterinary technician specialists that exist in our state, there's about 60 of them that we have not fully recognized, that this bill will shine a light on these hardworking individuals. We are typically losing veterinary technicians from the veterinary field at an average of 7 years working in the field. These folks go into this field because they have a deep compassion and a desire to help animals in their health care. And losing them at only 7 years in the field, we've got to do something about that. This bill addresses that. These individuals are not being utilized to their full extent of training. We're not paying them enough, and they're going into other fields, including human nursing. So anything we can do to hang on to these critical care providers in our field. We need to do, this bill does that, and I urge everyone to vote for this bill. And I will say, Representative Catlin's word, this is absolutely a good bill, and you should absolutely vote yes on this bill.
Representative Amagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've had conversations, and we had some conflicting opinions on bills related to this last session. However, this is something for anyone that's worked in the animal space and legislation, it is a very complicated and usually contentious space for whatever reason. However, in working to expand the veterinary practice, this is going in the right direction. This is what we want to do, to expand the veterinary practice and get people to be able to progress toward being a veterinary doctor. This is one of those steps in the right direction that does that. So I just wanted to stand up in support of this bill and expanding veterinary practice and opening it up to more people to be able to progress and succeed in the direction toward becoming a veterinary doctor. So I would also encourage an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill as well. And during testimony, we heard some very important things. There was a veterinarian from the San Luis Valley, and he was talking about how much pressure he was under as a veterinarian in a small rural community. The veterinarian that we use, many times we call him, and he's just under a ton of stress because there's not very many large animal vets left, as my colleague had spoke about. And the amount of pressure and even the mental strain that they're on, because they treat us like family in rural Colorado. They know that we love our animals and that we're taking care of our animals, not only because it's the right and humane thing to do, but it's also our businesses as well. So they want to make sure that they help us succeed. So please, vote for this bill. This helps them succeed, which helps us. This takes the pressure off of them, and this allows people that have the skills to do these things to be able to take over these tasks and be able to get the things done that we need. So as I traveled throughout House District 47 last year, talking about vets and vet techs was one of the main topics of discussion all the time. So I really appreciate you bringing this bill forward, and I urge everybody to vote yes, not only to help y'all here in the urban center, but this is very, very important for rural Colorado. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1047? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1047. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1048.
House Bill 1048 by Representatives McCormick and Martinez, also Senators Janal and Pelton B, concerning the provision of veterinary services through telehealth.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1048 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we passed one amendment that would clarify various parts of the bill and the intent of the bill without changing any of the spirit of the bill. We wanted to make sure that we address situations along our borders where we have veterinarians and veterinary technicians that may have their practice located in, for instance, New Mexico, but are working on Colorado animals, and make it clear how they can work in that space via teletechnology tools. And I urge a aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, walk with me on a path, and this is the same speech that I did in the committee. So me and my wife have been known in the San Luis Valley for a home for wayward Pomeranians. And with our Pomeranians, we had our first dog actually started limping quite a bit, and we got really, really concerned. We took him to our local veterinarian, and they said, we cannot provide those services here in the San Luis Valley, but we recommend a really good spine specialist in Colorado Springs. So for those that don't know, Colorado Springs is 3 hours away from the San Luis Valley. was happy to take him up and being able to get the service he needed. However, that was every other week that we needed to go there and to being able to get him those specialty services. And so while I was fortunate enough to being able to have the time and the money to being able to get him to that spine care specialist, not everybody does. And so really what this bill is designed to do is to being able to expand that care, expand that telehealth access to our rural parts of the state, and being able to make sure that they have what they need and really getting the service that they need. Last but certainly not least on this, I am well aware that there are more than Pomeranians in the San Luis Valley. We have a lot of livestock and cattle out there, and really this is going to be a benefit to them too. Throughout most of my time in the district, there was a lot of conversations around how do we get care out to our livestock, how do we get care to our farms and ranches, and this bill does that. This is a bill that's able to get out that telehealth out into the farm, out in the field, and being able to get the care that they need at the moment that they need to without having to worry about how to get their large livestock into town and into a vet. So we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1048? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say right off, I was told not to go on too long on this bill, but this bill is really, really important, not only to the profession, but to the animals in our state. And so since I rarely go on and on, I might go on and on a little bit today, and I hope that you all will listen. Being a veterinarian for 40 years, I just want to emphasize that my North Star in this space is to make sure that the animals in our state get the care and the treatment that they need and deserve, no matter where they are, and no matter who's taking care of them. We do have the highest quality care available in this country, and the standards that we have in veterinary medicine have given us the safest food systems, the most robust public health firewall against disease threats to humans and animals, and the most advanced health care for animals that we share the planet with. And we are so lucky to have one of only 32 veterinary schools right here in our state at CSU. The foundation of care in the animal field is to make sure that we have established what is called the it's like a doctor-patient relationship that you have with your doctor in human medicine. But in veterinary medicine, it's called a veterinarian client-patient relationship, and I'm going to shorten that to the VCPR because that's what we call it. This particular bill is about veterinary telehealth, and many people have asked, can we do telemedicine in the veterinary space? And we absolutely can, and we absolutely have been doing this. What's at stake here and why we need this particular bill at this particular time is to clearly define how to begin that care, the foundation of that care, and what kind of care we are to deliver via telemedicine. There has been discussion, not only in this building but outside the building, about 3 words in this bill that I want to point out to you on page 3, line 5, if anyone's following along. And they are in-person physical, where the bill adds these 3 words to statute from the existing definition for the VCPR. So I want to be very clear for the record, for anybody that's listening online, that this requirement for an in-person visit is not new. It has been in the State Board of Veterinary Medicine Code of Colorado regulations and rules for a long time, and it's how we have historically practiced. It is under the section on veterinary medical ethics. And being in the section on ethics should call attention to the fact that this is the foundation of the ethical practice of veterinary medicine. There are 2 big reasons why we need this in-person visit first, whether it's to the farm or ranch or with the animal in a clinic or even in a home visit. Reason number 1 is you have to get to an accurate initial diagnosis, and you have to record findings on that animal in the medical record. This can happen in the large animal space by visiting that farm or ranch, making sure that you're walking the grounds, asking questions. You're not necessarily going to examine every single animal in that herd, but you're going to learn a lot about what kinds of animal husbandry practices are done, feeding practices, where the poisonous plants are on the field, all those things. Very critical to have that in-person visit. In the small animal space, it has to be done in person so that you get a full physical exam on that animal and you know what kinds of things that animal has been dealing with. Reason number 2 is that veterinary medicine is under a whole different area of FDA prescribing authority in this country. So this is set at the federal level. Very different than human medicine. In veterinary medicine, almost every single drug that we have in our toolbox to prescribe must be followed under the federal definition of this VCPR, which absolutely requires that in-person visit. And if the state of Colorado has a different definition than the federal definition, then we are under federal law to follow their definition. This bill codifies in our statute that we are lining up with the FDA and USDA prescribing authority so that we are not taking any tools away from our ability to treat the Pomeranian or the cow or the horse. We want to make sure that every animal has access to all the tools necessary to address their particular problem. And if we take away that in-person, first-person visit, then we are left with a very minimal number of tools. Telemedicine should complement and not replace in-person care, and this bill outlines all of those definitions that we can use teletechnology tools to further access our animals and to extend the access to care for all the people that are having a hard time across our state receiving that care. This is going to help across the state. It's going to help our veterinary teams not necessarily have unnecessarily fill up appointment spaces, like we heard from my colleague, that can stay at home and do these follow-up visits or minor rechecks via teletechnology. And again, this is another bill that's been in the works for 2 years, so I can assure you that there's been many voices involved in this discussion. This bill is going to protect animals, it's going to protect public health, it's going to protect our food systems, and I urge each and every one of you to vote yes for it. Thank you.
You don't want to hit us with reasons 3 and 4? Going to stop at 1 and 2? Okay. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How refreshing is it to have somebody on that side of the aisle filibuster their own bill? Exciting, but we're all on the same page. And don't worry, we're going to give an opportunity for us to be more verbose on it. But I know how much work you've put into this over the last couple years, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness in going through the process of making sure that people are really taken care of. This bill is really important. I've talked with a lot of vets that were really concerned that if we didn't have that vet VCRP relation, that vet-client relationship, whatever it is, however you have a relationship with an animal, that we would be kind of at a non-starter point. And the small independent vets in this state are really kind of under attack by the corporate vets that are coming in and taking over. There was an opportunity here for this to really go sideways if we did not have that sort of established relationship. And my question in committee was, why do we even have that relationship if we're not going to have it extend through all of the areas of vet care? So thank you for staying true on this and all the hard work you've done. I could not be more excited than to get behind this bill. Thank you. Vote yes.
Representative Amagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another one that I and the representative from Longmont had conversations with in the last session and up to this year. We had disagreements in certain areas on certain aspects of expanding veterinary practice, and this is one of those points that was somewhere in the middle, and I do stand in support of this bill. I do have concerns with some of the ideas, and I've discussed those with the prime sponsor, but some of the ideas of requiring every visit to be an in-person visit before you can address things through telehealth. However, expanding with telehealth is necessary, it is needed, and it is something that we need to do. So I do stand in support of this bill and encourage a yes vote, and hopefully can get the same grace moving forward to maybe co-prime on something next session, expanding expanding the veterinary practice further. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Catlin was unable to be here, but he asked me to say, good bill, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1048? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1048. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1067.
House Bill 1067 by Representative Ortiz concerning ballot access for candidates with disabilities.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
And no, folks, you are not seeing things. It is, in fact, a bipartisan, or soon-to-be bipartisan bill. I move House Bill 1067 and the State Civic Mill Vet Affairs Committee report.
To the bill. Oh, to the committee report, sorry.
Thank you. So, the bottom line of the gist of the amendments that we run were with a lot of stakeholdering with the chairs of both parties, the lawyer from one of the parties, and ARC Colorado. So the bottom line of what we're doing is making sure that we are protecting caucus, and then also protecting accessibility into caucus by a virtual option. But we understand that there are rural areas that just don't have good enough broadband. We're working on it, but we're not there yet. So we want to make sure that we're creating opportunities through these amendments that, find something else, either phone conferencing or email or something. We also put in language that what mattered the most was a provable, reasonable attempt to accommodate, just to make sure that the parties know we're not trying to bankrupt them, and even though I'm sure there's people out there that would like to see that, but that's not what the intent of this bill is. And then we also cited ADA and CADA, and this was a work with the ARC of Colorado to make sure that people understand disability also means invisible disabilities, that you have to make accommodations for those that might have intellectual and developmental disabilities so that they can also participate in the democratic process.
Is there any further discussion on the State Civic, Military, and Veteran Affairs report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. The ayes have it. To the bill, Representative Ortiz.
Members, the bottom line of what this bill does is you hear a lot of talk among both parties to get rid of caucus. And I understand that caucusing is not a perfect system, but I'm going to quote one of our powerful advocates when he said in committee, caucusing is probably the worst way to get on the ballot, except for all the rest when it comes for a community living with a disability. Because if you look at it, the two ways to get on the ballot are petition or caucus. And I don't know if for those that have ever gone knocking doors with a wheelchair user, but there's always steps, there's always something in the way. It is just not physically possible for me to go out by myself and attempt to get on the ballot via petitioning. So, you know, that's an example. The movement to try and get rid of caucus, I understand the concerns with caucusing, but the answer isn't let's eliminate the only truly equitable route to get on the ballot for possible candidates with disabilities. It is let's make caucus better, bottom line, period, until we find something better. And I'm open to that too. But that's what it does. It protects caucus. It defines it as the only truly accessible way. Eliminate it constitutes discrimination against community with disability, and it tries to protect virtual participation. So that's the bottom line of what this bill does.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsor of this bill for letting me tag along. The testimony was very powerful. We had a lot of people testify. Lack of accessibility challenges people with disabilities, their ability to participate in the democratic process, which really rang true for me. I hadn't thought about how much door knocking I had done, how much I had driven myself to different events, and some of these people that testified said they can't even get a ride sometimes. So I am so supportive of this bill, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1067? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1067. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1014.
House Bill 1014 by Representatives Weissman and Mabry, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the elimination of a judicially created requirement that a significant number of consumers be harmed before remedies may be available under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move House Bill 1014. There is no committee report.
There is no committee report, so we're going straight to the bill. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 1014 proposes to answer one simple question. How many of our constituents have to suffer harm in the form of economic injury, pecuniary loss, maybe worse, from unfair or deceptive trade practices before the courthouse doors will be open to them? Right now, our law, which is one of the weakest consumer protection laws in the country, says that at least dozens, maybe hundreds, maybe even more, I've heard of thousands, of people have to be harmed before there can be any remedy or any consequences, and that the burden of bringing forward those facts about the dozens or hundreds or more other incidents is on just one particular person who is simply trying to go into court and get their remedy. Respectfully, this is not how the law is supposed to work. By analogy, it's like saying if you have a contract with somebody else, say in business, and the contract is breached, before you can get remedy about your breach of contract situation, you now have to go out and research facts about dozens or scores or hundreds of other breaches of contracts before you can get help about your situation. Again, that is not how the law is supposed to work. It is not even how the law used to work in our own state of Colorado, because the Colorado Consumer Protection Act was first passed in 1969 in our state, comparable laws in every other state in the country around the same time period, and was signed into law by then Republican Governor John Love. However, in 1998, the Colorado Supreme Court read words into the law that have never been in the statutory text, requiring proof of significant public impact, as noted above, just to get through the courthouse doors. That requirement of establishing significant public impact was never the intent of the General Assembly. It is not our intent now. It is not in keeping with the spirit of the law in the rest of the country or federal law dating back to 1914. And the simple point of House Bill 1014 is to restore this bedrock fundamental law, the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, to its prior pre-1998 functional state. We contend that our constituents deserve the same consumer protections that people in 45 other states have. For that reason, we ask for your yes vote today. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I recognize that we have the two most likely Democrats to filibuster their own bill up here, but I will do my best to keep it very brief. So these Consumer Protection Act laws are foundational to the functioning of a healthy market. Again, they've been around since the 1960s, and they provide essential protections to consumers. And nationwide and here, these laws have bipartisan support. They ensure fairness in the market and put businesses and consumers on notice to the type of behavior covered by the law. And they provide some level of flexibility so that consumers have protections against evolving in new forms of deceptive practices. Again, Colorado's law is uniquely weak. We are in a class of what will be 5 states. New York this year is getting rid of their public impact standard and increasing access to their Consumer Protection Act as a remedy. Requiring consumers to prove not just that they were cheated, but also that the business practice affected the public interest greatly undercuts the effectiveness of our Consumer Protection Act. And whether a practice affects the public interest often depends on the eye of the beholder, leading to inconsistent ad hoc decisions where some courts are refusing totally, entirely legitimate Consumer Protection Act claims from proceeding. It is the position of myself and the bill and my co-prime sponsor that the legislature gets to decide when a practice is unfair, such that it has an unfair public impact. That's what we do when we pass laws that provide protections under the Consumer Protection Act. So again, the vast majority of states do not have this barrier, and business is booming in many of these states. We heard in committee concern about how this would impact the construction of condos. However, Texas and Utah do not have the significant public impact requirement, and Austin and Salt Lake City far outstrip Denver and Minneapolis in terms of the number of new condos being built. Minnesota recently repealed their public impact requirement. So this public impact requirement is shutting the doors to our courtroom and preventing consumers from bringing legitimate claims, and we urge an aye vote. on this legislation.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had the privilege of sitting through Judiciary Committee listening to this bill, and more specifically listening to a lot of testimony presented on really both sides of this bill. And so I just want to briefly cover this because it is Friday afternoon and I have things to do as well. So what this bill is talking about is the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, and as you've heard the sponsors outline, this is providing protection to consumers. And what this bill is doing is adjusting the threshold by which a lawsuit can be brought under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is that if that lawsuit is brought and the plaintiff is, the court finds in their favor, then there's treble damages that are paid out to the plaintiff. And so that's, just to set the standard, this is a very weighty piece of law, very weighty piece of legislation, particularly with regard to the consequences. And so given that weight, it's important that we make sure that we have an appropriate standard and before that lawsuit, can be initiated, because we don't want to squelch economic activity in Colorado by having too low of a threshold. And unfortunately, that's my concern with this, and it's not just my concern, it's the concern of 32 other major organizations and stakeholders in Colorado that represent large portions of our economy. And I'll follow all the rules here and say, an organization representing medical folks, an organization representing contractors, an organization representing hospitals, an organization representing business interests for the state of Colorado, for Colorado Springs, for Westminster, for Douglas County, and an organization in Colorado representing Hispanic contractors. These are just a few of the organizations that have presented major concerns that this legislation will expose them to a vastly higher rate of litigation, liability, and lawsuits, and that higher rate of litigation, liability, and lawsuits will then result in higher costs, which will ultimately be passed on to the consumer. So we heard about condos. That was mentioned by the sponsors of this. And so I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Obviously, Colorado is different than some of the other states that were mentioned. There's other pieces of legislation that are present in those states. There's other economic drivers that are present in those states. So just because this particular piece of legislation may work in Texas or New York or California, well, we're not Texas or New York or California. We're Colorado, and we have to be responsive to the particular environment that we find here in Colorado. And speaking to the bill and the fact that many folks are concerned about the heightened liability that this brings, I want to read you just a very short piece of a recent news article from a major Denver metro area newspaper that talks about the impact that liability and lawsuits, such as the liability and lawsuits that might be brought under this bill, that talks about the liability and the impact that that's having. Let's see here. All right. As a result of the threat of lawsuits, insurance costs are 5.5% of a condo project's hard expenses. By comparison, for an apartment building, it's only 1.1 to 1.65%. So we're talking almost a 500% increase as a result of lawsuits just to build new condos. And I don't want to stray too far from the bill here, but we know that we have an affordable housing crisis in Colorado. We know that condos are a major entry point to folks that are trying to be able to build equity, because in a condo, you own that. You're building equity in a condo versus an apartment where you're just paying rent. And so if we don't have a supply of condos because of the threat of lawsuits, and lawsuits that might be brought under the expansion of the Consumer Protection Act in this bill, this can potentially have large reverberations throughout our economy, throughout our state, impacting a numerous variety of things, potentially including things such as housing affordability. You can go look at the charts and the graphs and the data that shows that we've seen a massive drop in the construction of condos in Colorado. And so, again, I realize that this legislation, this law may be present in other states, but those other states have their own unique environments that are not the same environment that we have in Colorado. In Colorado, we know that we have a problem with affordability, with the cost of living, with available affordable housing. And so I have many concerns that this bill would in fact increase that liability, increase those lawsuits. Again, not just me, 32 major stakeholders in Colorado's economy have also expressed these concerns. And so, as a result of that, do you want to speak to the bill? Okay, and so as a result of that, I will continue after I allow one of my colleagues to speak to the bill.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Understanding we'll have some more discussion, I think it's necessary to clarify one key thing in what the representative from Weld County said. There was a reference to treble damages. That is an extraordinary remedy, to be sure. It is very far from automatic under the law that we're talking about here. You don't just automatically succeed in a claim and get treble damages. Anything but, actually. The measure of damages is actual damages, or there's a floor of $500, or you can get treble only if you establish by clear and convincing evidence, that is the highest standard in civil law, that the person that you are complaining of engaged in bad faith conduct. This particular law actually provides its own definition of bad faith conduct: fraudulent, willful, knowing, or intentional conduct causing injury. And we didn't really get into the guts of the claim, but injury, damages. If you can't prove damages, you have no claim, whether you're getting regular recovery or treble. So it is emphatically not the case that treble damages are automatic under a Consumer Protection Act claim. In fact, I think they're pretty rare, and I'm willing to say that they should be. There's regular recovery, like any other state has, and then yes, we have this mechanism to deter, again, fraudulent, willful, knowing, intentional conduct that is unfair or deceptive. Anybody not doing that, which I think is most actors in the business space, I think has no fear of treble damages. I do also want to note for the record that the representative from Weld County referred to serving on judiciary as a privilege. Let's all remember that when we're there at midnight later this year.
Representative Mabry. Okay. Sorry, I'll get you. You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make one real quick point. We just heard a lot about condo construction. Again, the people who are advocating for reforms in our state on construction defect law have their own data set that they put out showing where the most condos are being built. And in the places where the most condos are being built, they don't have the public impact standard under the consumer protection law. We specifically asked for a lot of data. We were like, hey, give us data. Where's the evidence that this specific change is going to lead to an impact on condo construction? That was not provided, and there was no good answer given as to why we haven't seen that impact in other states.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I'd like to approach this from a consumer product standpoint, not a condo and building standpoint. And I'll start by saying a significant impact. I will fully agree that that's probably a very high hurdle. But having led a company that manufactures and markets products that can be dangerous if not used correctly, this potential legislation scares the death out of me. And here's the reason why. And I'll give you an example of it in just a moment if we can ever get any attention in this hall.
Rep. Taggart, please suspend. Members, it's too loud in here. Please move your conversations off of the floor. Thank you. Rep. Taggart.
When it comes to making pocket knives, multi-tools, and cutlery, which I had the privilege to lead the largest corporation in the world in these products, people misuse them. And with this legislation, you may say the hurdle is they've got to prove that we did something that was irresponsible on our parts. But what the bill sponsors are forgetting is that we get drug into court, and we may not get all the way to court, but we certainly get served with papers that we could be going to court over something that could have been the misuse of the product. I'll give you a perfect example of this. A woman one day sent me a letter that her son had used one of our devices, am I allowed to say this? In a Swiss Army tool, to pry open a box. And that we were served the next day with a legal document on that in Connecticut. I called that mother and said, I will help your son, but understand this. If he had read the directions, it is very clear that we point out to all users that to use our implements as a pry bar is not acceptable. And it, in fact, causes for a warranty not to be honored. So while I understand what our sponsors are trying to do here, there's got to be a middle ground here someplace, because we in consumer products that make products that can be abused by consumers can't be in court or serve papers for misuse of product. Evidence that there has been harm does not mean that the manufacturer is at fault. This goes way, way, way too far. We don't have budgets big enough, and the consumer can't bear the cost of us being drug into court or even to defend before court some type of legal claim. Folks, there's got to be a middle ground, and this is not right for those of us in consumer products. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to respond to some of the points made by our colleague from Grand Junction. Again, let's remember that we're talking about joining 45 other states that don't have this public impact requirement. I don't believe we're seeing that type of issue out there, and here's why. I think what the representative was referring to would essentially be a tort claim. Somebody hurt themselves. The law is pretty clear that a tort claim negligence, for example, without more, does not give rise to a Consumer Protection Act claim. The representative referred to warranty. A warranty issue, even a breach of warranty, without more, is not a Consumer Protection Act claim. Even more specifically, our Colorado Supreme Court in a 2003 case has said, I won't read the whole thing, breach of contract claim without additional conduct cannot constitute an actionable claim under the Consumer Protection Act. Contract is old law, generally prevailing. So is tort. Warranties are separate. I appreciate the reference to consumer product cases. That is a context in which these laws are intended to operate to promote good businesses building good products and putting them out in the stream of commerce and advertising them honestly. And it is intended, and this is the spirit of the original 1914 Federal Trade Commission Act, to promote the right kind of businesses by creating remedies against the very small percentage of businesses that do engage in unfair or deceptive conduct in the marketplace. What we were talking about, I don't think was unfair or deceptive. You're talking about folks using products as they're not intended to be used. In the domain of tort law, we have something in Colorado called modified comparative fault, and I won't get into that here. It's kind of a rabbit hole, but I mean, that's an additional defense in the context that our colleague from Grand Junction was getting at. So I do appreciate the important opportunity to clarify what a consumer protection claim is and is not. Again, goods are being sold, services are being sold, commerce is happening in 45 other states. Please vote yes.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate what my colleague is saying, but I think he's missing the point. The point is a legal claim starts. We may be totally able to defend ourselves for a variety of reasons, but the legal claim has already started. That causes our legal departments and our attorneys that we have contracts with to have to defend us, even if it's just by way of a letter or just by way of an email or a phone call. For those of you that haven't been around consumer product litigation, those attorneys in where I come from are $500 an hour plus. So please don't miss the point that a frivolous claim, a frivolous potential lawsuit still causes us to spend money. And for companies that produce products that can be misused, that can be a serious amount of money. And that concerns me. And I appreciate that if we get into the court, we are probably going to prove that it's not our fault. But you're forgetting all the costs that we incur before we get there.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank the two sponsors of this bill for some of the clarification. I would normally refer to him as the good representative from Arapahoe County, but I was also told I could refer to him as the representative with immaculate taste in bolo ties. So I'm going to go with that. And just to reiterate what my previous colleague said, I appreciate the clarification on the treble damages and the fact that that is not necessarily always going to be the remedy. But I think it is important to note that even if that is not the remedy, there is still costs that is associated with getting to court, with having the negotiation, with having the litigation, with having the lawyers do everything that the lawyers do. And all of those costs are passed on to consumers. We know that we have one of the highest cost of livings of any state in the nation here in Colorado. And so again, I appreciate the conversation and the comparison with other states that may have this law. But those states are not Colorado. Colorado has its own unique set of circumstances, and we need to be attentive and receptive to those, particularly the fact that we do have a high cost of living here. We don't want to pass on those costs to consumers. And a bill such as this that expands the liability and the potential for lawsuits is in fact going to raise those costs, which will ultimately be passed on to consumers. I also appreciate some of the conversations that we've had around the data in this particular issue. In committee, we heard conversations about how much would this increase? What's the actual hard numbers? That was mentioned by the representative from Denver. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L003 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what Amendment L003 does is it recognizes, okay, perhaps there is some lack of clarity around the actual impact that this will have. So what Amendment L003 requires is that the Attorney General, because that's where a lot of these cases are going to come from, just that the Attorney General has to submit a report to the House and the Senate Judiciary Committees that show how many cases we had for the 3 years before the presumed passage of this piece of legislation, and how many that we had afterwards, so that we can collect that data to actually see what the impact is, to be able to have hard numbers when we analyze and assess how many cases are being brought under this particular piece of law, both before for 3 years before and 3 years after, should this piece of legislation go into effect. And so I think that with regard to trying to ensure that we do have good data and we have fidelity in our decision making, that I would ask for your support for this amendment to be able to collect that data.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I always appreciate a discussion about data-informed policy. Nonetheless, I need to ask for a no vote on L3. Here's why. There was a reference to the Attorney General, and this amendment charges that office to do the data gathering work. This provision that we're talking about, significant public impact, actually doesn't impair the Attorney General and that office. That's a matter of existing law, just to note that for the record. I think a problem going forward here is we're going to mix up two fundamental things, fact patterns that might arise in the future and might be the freakishly rare thing that actually gets over the significant public impact hurdle. I heard of one where N was about 8,000. It was one of these things we read in the papers. I shouldn't go into more than that for now. And then it's going to mix that up with the change in law. So I don't think it's going to really be possible to differentiate what would have been one of those few things to have been filed anyway versus what might be wrought by the bill here. The other problem, frankly, is the data architecture of the civil half of court databases isn't as good as criminal. We can usually get pretty good data on things out of the criminal legal system. I know from years of experience it can be harder to parse things out anyway on the civil side. So for all of these reasons, I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment today.
The question before us is the passage of L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, well, I have another plan. And so that is, if we can't collect the data on how this works, let's give it a trial run. Let's give it a trial period, no pun intended, given that there may be trials associated with this. And so with that understanding, I move amendment L002 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. 1 second. It is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is this is just your standard sunset. It says, hey, we're going to implement this, but let's give it a 5-year time limit. After 5 years, we can come back, we can take a look at it, we can see, is it working, is it not working, do we need to amend it, do we need to modify it, have we found a way to collect better data and isolate and really drill down into the particular impacts of this piece of legislation. And so that's all this does. It just says that effective July 1, 2029, House Bill, the one we're talking, 241014, is repealed. So we get a 5-year trial period. If it works out, we can always vote to renew it. If it doesn't work, then it will sunset July 1st, 2029. I think this is a perfectly reasonable way to make sure that it is, in fact, not going to have the consequences that 32 major economic stakeholders have suggested it might have. And if it doesn't have those consequences, then we can renew it. But if it does, it forces us to have that conversation and ensure that we're actually doing right by our economy and ultimately doing right by our citizens who, again, are continually telling us that the cost of living is high. They're looking for the legislature to find ways to reduce that cost of living, and making sure that we have an appropriate legal environment in which liability from lawsuits, the cost of those things isn't ultimately passed on to them. Making sure that we put appropriate guardrails around that is important. This amendment does that by giving us a 5-year trial period. I ask for your support.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we have a large enough sample size about how this works across 45 states in 60 years. We know that this isn't going to lead to the negative consequences that people are pointing to, because it's not happening elsewhere in the country. And if we're going to strengthen consumer rights, why would we not strengthen consumer rights always, instead of just for a 5-year time period? And for those reasons, we urge a no vote.
The question before us is the passage of L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No! The amendment is lost. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. So one of the particular things that this bill does, page 3, line 22, it's talking about the unfair or deceptive trade practices. And it says evidence that a person has engaged in, and then it adds, an unfair or a deceptive trade practice. And so by adding that word in there, unfair, this is expanding the scope of this law. I pulled up Title 6 of Colorado Revised Statutes, which is where the Consumer Protection Act is found. I pulled it up, and I searched for the word fair or unfair to see is there a clearly delineated definition for what is fair and what is unfair. And again, I'm not a lawyer, but I wasn't able to find anywhere in Title VI where there's a clear definition. I'm sure there's a lot of case law around this that my good co-sponsors here, co-primes here, will elaborate for me. But I couldn't find a clear, succinct definition of what is fair and what is unfair. And we all know that if we don't have a clear, succinct definition, and sometimes even when there is a clear, succinct definition, a lot of times these issues are going to be settled through litigation. There will be lawyers involved that will be analyzing every comma, every bit of grammar, which I am, again, honored to do in the Judiciary Committee on our late nights. But unfortunately, that passes costs on to the consumer when it's the major drivers of our economy that have to expend the resources to be able to provide that in-depth analysis in a litigation-style setting, and we don't want to pass those costs on to our economy and ultimately to our consumers. Some questions that I asked in committee, particularly around line 22 here. What is unfair? Well, if anybody here owns a house, I don't know, but when I bought my house, they said that it had 2x4 studs. Well, I don't know if anybody's measured a 2x4 recently. They ain't 2 inches by 4 inches. They're about 1.5 inches by 3.5 inches. Is that unfair that I paid for and it was marketed to me as having 2x4 studding when in fact that's not 2x4 studding and there's an extra, I'm lacking a 1/2 inch of wood in the studding, which weakens my ability of that roof to have, snow load rating and all of the other things that go along with it? What about a Subway sandwich? Is it an unfair or deceptive trade practice? Subway, of course, being used generically and not trademarked. Is it unfair for a sandwich to be marketed as a foot long if in fact it's not precisely a foot long? What if there's a little bit of lettuce hanging out the edge to make it a foot long? Is that fair? Is that unfair? We could go down this road, for a long time here, and I don't want to waste your time doing that, but I think I've made my point. What is fair? What is unfair? And being unable to find a clear and succinct definition for that leads me to move Amendment L005 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Evans. 1 second.
Thank you.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So all this does is removes 3 words. It says that evidence that a person has engaged in strikes unfair or, and then just leaves the law completely intact as it used to be. So again, since this bill changes 2 parts of the law, this says, hey, let's change 1 part at a time, see what the impact is. Let's remove the unfair, the addition of the unfair standard, and then we'll see how that works. Again, because we don't want to be here talking all day long about whether or not it's fair or not for me to pay for a foot-long sandwich that may or may not be precisely a foot long. I ask for your support on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another good opportunity to clarify the important Colorado Consumer Protection Act. I think one point that I'll make, and then my colleague from Southwest Denver will say further. Frankly, by the addition of unfair in this part of Section 105, we're kind of just conforming with what is already elsewhere in the law. One of the important parts of the law is that one violates it if you engage in any unfair, there's that word, unconscionable, deceptive, deliberately misleading, false or fraudulent act or practice. Again, we're not talking about
you can tack a claim on anywhere. Unfair, unconscionable, deceptive, deliberately misleading, false, or fraudulent acts and practices. These are things we don't want in the economy. We want to encourage the right kind of economic activity, and we do want to have consequences against the wrong kind of economic activity, because two categories of folks who get hurt in that are, one, consumers, and two, honest businesses, which is the overwhelming majority of businesses in the first instance. But I think the more fundamental point, and I will invite my colleague from Southwest Denver to unpack this for us, when we talk about unfair and deceptive acts and practices, yes, those words sound colloquial. As it happens, there's over 100 years of interpretation and gloss and clarity for them from court cases, from the FTC, which was first charged with doing this in our economy in the early part of the 1900s. So I will invite my good colleague to take the baton.
Representative Mayberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so we heard a hypothetical about a Coloradan who's trying to eat fresh, get a foot-long sub, and that might be a deceptive trade practice, right? Well, let's look into how courts over 100 years and the FTC have decided if something is a deceptive trade practice. This standard is very well known. A deceptive trade practice is an act or practice where a reputation, omission, or practice misleads or is likely to mislead the consumer. Then a consumer's interpretation of the reputation, omission, or practice is considered reasonable under the circumstances. And then finally, this is the most important part, the misleading representation, omission, or practice is material. A court is incredibly unlikely to find a sandwich that is 11 and a half inches is a material violation of the deceptive trade practices standard. I also want to address the 2x4 hypothetical. Is a 1.8 by 3.8 an unfair practice? The answer is no, because again, we have more than 100 years of case law here, and FTC standards guidelines that say an act or practice is unfair when it causes or is likely to cause substantial injury. So that first barrier, somebody has to prove that they were substantially injured by the 2x4 being slightly smaller. Then they have to prove that that deception or unfair practice could not have been reasonably avoided. Well, maybe you could just measure your 2x4 when you're going to buy it to make sure it's the size that you intend for your project. And then finally, courts consider whether the countervailing benefits to consumers or competition outweigh any minor harms. And so, standards like an 11 and a half inch sub or a slightly smaller 2x4, that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is people who are materially and seriously injured. And for that reason, we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Taggart. No? Okay. Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I appreciate what my colleagues are trying to do with this bill. And I do think the burden is too high right now. But what I will keep trying to bring in front of my colleagues is that the cost of getting a letter from a consumer that only has 2 lines in it that picks up some of this language requires us as leaders of corporations to turn it over to our legal people, because the reply has to be in legal terms because they initiated it with legal phraseology. And everybody keeps talking about the fact that when it gets into an attorney's hand or when it gets into court, it'll be proven that the corporation did nothing wrong. You're missing the point. The point is, we're incurring costs from the day we get the first notice of a letter that has any legal language in it whatsoever. I also want to clarify that we can't pass these costs along to consumer in many cases because we're in a competitive marketplace. And just because we get letters and we're incurring legal costs that we can pass it on is unrealistic. We're in a market that is extremely competitive. So at some point, I would like the colleagues to explain to all of us, how are we going to avoid an onslaught of letters from consumers that use this language in the bill to say we've done something wrong when we've done absolutely nothing wrong, but now we got to get our legal departments involved. That is just grossly unfair to those of us that sell consumer products that can be misused. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I also rise in opposition of this bill. Members, we actually saw what's included in this bill last year. It ended up being pulled out in an amendment, and now it's back as a standalone bill this year. It really is important that we not only protect the public, but the businesses that operate here in Colorado. Not just the big manufacturing businesses, but the small mom and pop manufacturing, as we're a major hub for the outdoor recreation industry. And a change like this, is sufficient to establish a significant impact to the public, being added to the unfair deceptive trade practices means that even using the state's long-arm statute, as long as you can establish minimum contacts within Colorado, it would be enough to then pull in the Colorado Consumer Protection Act that we're talking about here to be able to launch your lawsuit. And now, all of a sudden, as my good colleague from Grand Junction talked about, it kicks in. Business is a highly, highly competitive environment, and pricing is highly competitive. And if all of a sudden someone is being subjected to a lawsuit within the Colorado market because one person at least could make the claim of impact to the public, now all of a sudden, as a retailer, you might say, I will sell to any other state except Colorado residents because of this provision that's being placed in here. It means that Coloradans would have less access to products that Coloradans love and enjoy already, and because of the burden that would be placed on businesses. And even long before you get to the stage of being able to demonstrate that you're innocent and that it was not actually a deceptive trade practice, still you have the fear of a lawsuit, and you're going to want to vet something through your attorney. And as a small business, that can be a significant cost to you. Something that also, as my colleague pointed out, you can't pass that along because business is a highly competitive world and price points are a highly competitive part of that world as well. So I see this as definitely harming Coloradans. It will increase the likelihood that we will have fewer products in the Colorado market. It will also mean that if you're a trial lawyer, you certainly are going to enjoy this, but I do not believe this is good policy for Colorado, and that's why I'm going to be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so I think we've highlighted our points right now that we have major concerns with this bill. And again, I want to reiterate, it's not just those members that have spoken in opposition to it. It's 32 major economic stakeholders in the state of Colorado that have major concerns about this. And so without belaboring the point, I move Amendment L004 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you, Representative. Just a second. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like it to be noted that there's two amendments I'm not going to run here. This will be my final amendment, and it's just a good old-fashioned strike the enacting clause. I don't think that this piece of legislation can be redeemed. I think it causes major, major problems to Colorado's economy. I think we need to take a much longer look at this, and so I ask for your aye vote on Amendment L004, which strikes the enacting clause.
Representative Mabry. Oh. Rep Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to highlight that time and time again in this building, we hear that it is more important to preserve market incentives as they are, regardless of harm being done to consumers, who are our neighbors. This is about providing an avenue to consumers to hold bad actors accountable. Members of this body from both parties believe in this as a tool to help consumers, and we're simply trying to make the laws that we pass under the Consumer Protection Act work. Vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, a division has been called. The question is the adoption Where's the amendment? Where's the amendment? The question is the adoption of L004. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L004, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. L004 is lost. To the bill. Representative Evans. Members, wait, please suspend Representative Evans. Members, it's loud in here. Please take your conversations to off the floor. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, colleagues, you've heard the arguments. We'll have plenty of time for further discussion, so I just want to leave you with this thought. This is the Consumer Protection Act, and that means that we actually have to have something for the consumers to consume. We all know the data. We all know the stories. Key sectors of our economy right now in Colorado aren't producing enough critical goods, such as housing, for consumers to consume. Of course we want to protect the consumers, but we don't protect the consumers by further increasing the costs, by imposing additional liability and additional litigation that will ultimately result in even more costs being imposed.
Please suspend Representative Evans. My apologies. Members, it is too loud. Thank you. Representative Evans.
We don't want to impose more costs on our consumers who are already struggling under the cost of living in Colorado. 2010, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce ranked us top 10 in the nation for our, basically our legal, our liability, our litigation environment. We're now in the bottom 10. Don't make it worse. Don't pass these costs on to consumers. I ask for your no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1014. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1093.
House Bill 1093 by Representatives Armagost and Martinez, also Senator Henriksen, concerning granting provisional peace officer certification to a person who is authorized as a peace officer in the armed forces.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can I say it's an honor to serve with you?
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
I move House Bill 1093 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Oh.
To the bill. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, I know we don't like hearing this run here, but this is a very simple bill. Fact of the matter is, there are issues that are just, again, cleaning up statute. The statute is outdated. It excludes military training from being able to transfer over to civilian law enforcement. So when a veteran like myself, I was a military police officer, is trying to become a civilian police officer, whether during National Guard service or reserve service or otherwise after they are separated from the service, if I went through Military Police Academy, any of that training that would normally reciprocate was excluded from language in statute as qualifying for Colorado Post. So this would just lift the language out of the statute so that Colorado Post Board can communicate with the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs to create either provisional post certification or hours that can reciprocate over to civilian post academies, so that those are things that the service member doesn't have to do all over again that might qualify in both. So this is something that will help not only incentivize our military veterans into getting into law enforcement, otherwise it will help out in recruiting for law enforcement to get those qualified people that have had similar training in the military and those professionals. So I'm open to answer any questions, but otherwise I would encourage a yes vote, and I will hand it over to my co-prime.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one point that came out in committee that we also want to highlight is that the reason why this was excluded in the first place when the statute was originally written is that there was the job of military police officer was just that. It was a regular MOS or military occupational specialist. Now there is a military post for military police officers, and so that's why this will fall in line with what we're doing. Also, I want to reiterate that this is going to be able to help out transition for our veterans coming out of the service and being able to get started sooner, and really being able to address some of the workforce shortages. So we think this is a good bill. Vote yes, and we support House Bill 24-1093.
Thank you, members. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1093. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1104.
House Bill 1104 by Representative Snyder concerning protection of firefighters' personal information from publication on the internet.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to welcome my soon-to-be co-prime sponsor, Representative Armagost, standing right next to me. But at this point, I would move L1104.
To the bill.
Thank you. So, folks, this is even a simpler bill than the last one we heard. It came to my attention this summer from a seasoned veteran fire chief that firefighters were not protected to have their personal information redacted and not published out on the internet. I couldn't believe it when I looked it up. He was absolutely correct. So all this bill does is add firefighters to the protected person class in 189-3131N, and we're using the same definition of firefighter that's already in statute in 183201 1.5. So there's a lot of good testimony we heard in committee about this is a growing problem for firefighters. I think we've added back in 22, we added election workers and healthcare workers and others. This just puts firefighters where they belong in the same category as peace officers and all the other listed groups.
Representative Snyder, would you mind, just so there's no misunderstanding, would you go ahead and move the bill one more time?
Certainly. I move House Bill 24-1104.
Thank you. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And after hearing this bill in committee and hearing the firefighters talking about it, I was absolutely on board and wanted to be a co-prime. This should definitely be a bipartisan bill moving through both chambers. It's unreal that this is an issue that we have to actually make a statute for this, a law for this, but the fact that firefighters can be doxxed and can have their information put on the internet is horrible, especially nowadays when firefighters as EMTs and paramedics and even dealing with structure fires might have to make decisions that can affect people negatively. Those people could have access to their information and harass them and their families in their house, and that's just unacceptable. So I'm 100% behind this, absolutely encourage a yes vote, and I'm happy to be on this with my co-prime.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1104. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1074.
House Bill 1074 by Representatives Armagost and Duran concerning specifications for the offense of aggravated cruelty to a law enforcement animal.
Representative Durand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1074 and the committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Durand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L010 and have it displayed.
Thank you. And it is displayed correctly. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L010 is adding a third person to the affirmative defense language, which was requested by the Colorado Criminal Defense Bar and the Colorado District Attorney's Council.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Is there any discussion on L010? Seeing none, the question is the passage of L010. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the committee report. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year, House Bill 1293, which was a CCJ bill, laid out the aggravated cruelty to an animal that was a Class 4 felony. This bill does not increase the penalty to Class 4 because that was already done. This bill simply just ensures that aggravated cruelty to law enforcement animals is also under the Class 4 felony as well. So it's adjacent to what has already been done. And in committee, we also addressed different questions and concerns by the Colorado Criminal Defense Bar, Colorado District Attorney Council, criminal trial lawyers, and also Representative Herod and Representative Weissman, and we ran amendments to address those.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L011 and have it displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L011 defines a law enforcement animal as a certified working dog or police working horse. And that amendment was run by requested by the American Civil Libertarian Union. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L011, the question before us is the passage of L011. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment L011 passes. To the bill. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone remembers what we did last year in following up with what CCJJ did with the aggravated animal cruelty statute. All that we did then was add the restitution to that language as well to increase the penalty there. This bill doesn't do any increasing in penalty because all that bill was aggravated animal cruelty. All that this bill is intended to do is differentiate law enforcement animals from standard aggravated animal cruelty. And I'm behind that as a person that was on a canine team for 8 years and seeing the importance of the law enforcement animals, not only sheriff's posses and otherwise mounted law enforcement officers on horseback. Those horses serve a vital purpose in providing crowd control and civil disturbance, being able to see over crowds and see things that could be a potential threat. But also the danger that they are put in the line of duty of the work that they do. The training and hours and dollars that go into those animals being certified and maintained in their certification is crucial. But the role that they play, not only in law enforcement, but in families, is even more amazing. If no one's ever experienced that, I highly encourage you to get involved and go see some of that training that happens with those animals. It's just amazing. So getting behind this bill is just simply supporting the differentiation for law enforcement animals to be held to a different standard, not a higher standard, a different standard. So that if there is aggravated animal cruelty on a law enforcement animal, that is the specific charge. It is not increasing any penalties, as we said. And everything that we've done in this bill has been stakeholding. That stakeholding has resulted in bringing ACLU and the public defenders. All of them are in a neutral position on this bill simply because it's not increasing anything. So everything that we're doing is simply bringing mind to those law enforcement animals that are taken from us. And with that, I mean, you can see I was honor guard. I had to be a pallbearer in law enforcement funerals. That actually happens for law enforcement animals. This is a picture of K9 Jinx in his casket being carried.
Representative Armagost, I believe it is not within the House rules to display a picture on the floor.
So, enough said on that. It's something that is very important to realize that it is a huge hit on every agency to lose an animal that's a part of their team. So I encourage everyone to get behind this, support this, protect those that protect us, and stand behind our law enforcement animals that keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1074. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1012 is amended, 1014, 1047 is amended, 1048 is amended, 1067 is amended, 1074 is amended, 1085 is amended, 1093, 1102, 1104, 1118, 1139 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Brown. Members, you have heard the motion, and we have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Evans amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L3 to House Bill 1014 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1014 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
Just one moment, Representative. The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Colleagues, at the risk of sounding too much like my good colleague from Loveland and just, offering some things down here, we drafted like 12 amendments on this, had six drafted, I only ran 4 of them, and this is the only one I'm cowing, and all it does is ask for data collection. So, in good faith, asking for data collection and recognizing all the other things that I didn't do, I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our colleague from Weld County for evidencing that discretion is the better part of valor here, as in all places. Members, I appreciate the effort. I do need to respectfully ask for a no vote. One, as written, it's going to conflate facts that would have happened anyway with the change in law. 2, I think we need to have conversations with our good friends over at Judicial about whether the databases are even structured in a way to pull this. If folks are interested and you are an attorney or know one and you have access to Lexis or West or other products, you might be able to do some research that way. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Story votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I thought it was the chair. I'm a no.
Representative Judah, how do you vote on the Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole?
I apologize.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Frizzell and Bockenfeld excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 38 no, and 10 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Wilson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L4 to House Bill 1014 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1014 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment and ask that it be displayed.
I think this is the first Wilson Amendment. I'll have you make your motion again.
I ask that the first Wilson Amendment be moved.
And be properly displayed.
And be properly displayed.
We're there. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is the amendment that will, of course, fix this bill. We've all heard the rumors. We've all heard the rumors that somebody downstairs doesn't like the bill, or the people next door don't like the bill. Why don't we save some time, pass this amendment, and then we don't have to worry about that? Vote yes on this amendment, please.
Representative Mabry.
Members, if you think it's important for our neighbors to be able to bring Consumer Protection Act claims, vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Wilson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Story, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Story votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative DeGraff votes yes. Please close the machine. With 15 aye, 41 no, and 9 excused, the Wilson Amendment is lost. Members, that brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? You were on mute, Representative McLaughlin.
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative DeGraff, how do you vote?
No.
Representative DeGraff votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 15 no, and 9 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, February 12th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, February 12th, 2024. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House, do we have any announcements or introductions?
Oh, that's right.
Madam Majority, I'll have you withdraw your motion.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Assistant Majority Leader, this is an important announcement.
This is an important announcement. Members, Monday is Lundi Gras. Yay! I'm sure I'm out of order. My bad. I would like to say thank you all prepared to eat on Monday. I want to say the Black Caucus, we're excited to be able to bring you some food. So I want to give a shout out to Rep. Joseph for her mac and cheese. Rep. Ricks, we're going to try to do some plantains. I will be doing gumbo. I hear Rep. Frizzell is going to bring red beans. Representative Linstead and his wife are going to make king cake. And then Rep. Weinberg is going to be the grill master. He didn't know that till right now. So thank you all. Please bring your appetite on Monday.
Excellent. Thank you, Assistant Majority Leader. Representative Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have permission from the Majority Leader to be excused on February 13th.
So approved. Thank you. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we head out on Friday, can I call the Capitol Choir down, please? Let's go quickly. So I know we all want to get down here, but we have someone special to sing to.
Choir members, come on down.
We're going to find out.
Doesn't matter. Ready? Okay, this is for one of my favorites in the chamber. She is my fellow caucus co-chair. Please stand Rep. Titone so we can sing you happy birthday, which is tomorrow, but we're going to take care of it today.
Woohoo!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Titone. Happy birthday to you.
And many more. Madam Majority Leader.
With that, Madam Speaker, now I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.